Hello YouTube, it's Shadow Hero 90, welcoming you to the 5th season of Sexism in Movies and TV. Now, there are many reasons as to why I do this review show. One of which is the portrayal of men in the media is downright horrific. It's an insult. It's why most kids think their dads are idiots. But when it comes to women, they get the get out of horrible portrayal free card. And although I do review a lot of shows and movies that are aimed at a mature adult audience, most of what I review is aimed at a young audience. And yes, I kind of do blame shows like Adventure Time and Loud House and the bulk of what usually appears on this show as being the reason that teenage boys have such low self-esteem. Which is actually kind of true when you think about it from a psychological perspective. When every single portrayal, well, almost every single portrayal of men and boys on TV and in movies is negative, of course these teenage boys, when they first hit puberty, are going to have horrible self-esteem. So, in that regard, I know that I have a noble cause when I rip apart these televised pieces of shit. So anyways, on with the review. Okay, in this episode, I'm going to be reviewing the Loud House episode, Save the Date, that was actually directed by series creator Chris Savino himself. And he's someone who I already am very certain has quite the low opinion of men. I don't guarantee that, but from the stuff he's produced, I can easily assume that. Okay, Ronnie Ann is a complete bitch. That much I can guarantee you. And this is the episode that introduced her as Lincoln's love interest. And I completely understand why they did move her away to do the Casa Grandes, but I completely understand why. She was horrible. She treated Lincoln like garbage. And yes, Stella is a much better replacement for Ronnie Ann. And this is the episode that introduced her as Lincoln's love interest. And I completely understand why they did move her away to do the Casa Grandes, but I completely understand why. She was horrible. She treated Lincoln like garbage. And yes, Stella is a much better replacement for Ronnie Ann. When the idea of Lincoln and Ronnie Ann being a couple, which is something that comes up in the first few minutes of this episode, happens, Lincoln denies it. And I don't blame him. Based on the way she treats him, anyone who receives her love, as Lincoln's idiot sisters put it, would reject her. She is abusive. And when Ronnie Ann hears all the horrible stuff that Lincoln said about her, that, might I add, were all things that were warranted and she deserved, she gets the gall to get pissed off. I mean, yeah, she essentially shoved sandwiches up Lincoln's butt, messed with his food, gives him wedgies, insults him. In a future episode, it was implied that if Lincoln didn't take all of Luann's pranks, Ronnie Ann was going to beat him halfway to death. And apparently Lincoln is supposed to be nice to this girl because, well, they never gave a reason. Well, technically they do give a reason, and it's because she's Bobby's little sister, but no, that's not a reason. And because of everything Lincoln said, Lori and Bobby broke up, so now Lincoln is in the situation of potentially getting his ass kicked by his older sister if he doesn't make things right with Ronnie Ann, or potentially getting his ass kicked by a tomboy school bully for breaking her heart if he doesn't. So he's not in a situation where he can avoid this relationship. And one thing that the writers and Chris Savino as a whole apparently forgot is that Lori is a bitch. And Lincoln is the kid who constantly, time and time again, gives things up for his sisters. So what if Lori loses her boyfriend just because Lincoln didn't want to be in an abusive relationship? I might have said this already, but he gives things up for his sisters all the time. She can't let one boy be the one who got away just 'cause Lincoln didn't want to get his ass kicked by the one who got away's little sister for his entire life. So this bitch demands that Lincoln be nice to the girl who bullied him for about a month so that she can get her boyfriend back. In all fairness, Lincoln is a character I'm pretty sure has a psychological defect where he can't stand up to people and or stand up for himself. Because if he did, this is the part where he'd tell Lori to get bent, because if this is what it takes for her to have a relationship with Bobby, then she shouldn't have one with this guy. she should move on and find someone else. So anyways, later at a restaurant, Lincoln tries to make up with Ronnie Ann. I don't know why, other than plot. They eventually do make up after everything Lincoln said about Ronnie Ann, even though I'm pretty sure to an extent he might have been right in what he said, since she's such a little bitch. Lori and Bobby get back together. Lincoln gets teased because they think he's dating Ronnie Ann. Lincoln says no, so Ronnie Ann gets pissed off and Bobby breaks up with Lori again. So, in order to make it so Lori can have a relationship, Lincoln throws himself into an abusive relationship. Then other things happen that try to justify how abusive Ronnie Ann is at the end, but to me the damage is already done. Lori essentially forced Lincoln into an abusive relationship that he did not want just so she could keep her boyfriend, even though episodes have implied she has had past boyfriends. And she couldn't let this one go just to keep her 11-year-old brother out of an abusive relationship. And considering that the Casa Grandes happened in 2009, I don't really see how Bobby dumping Lori because Lincoln made Ronnie Ann cry after Ronnie Ann treated Lincoln like shit for about 3 months, maybe even more. I really don't see how that's a bad thing. This little bitch got her own spin-off. And one thing that kinda destroys the message, or in this case the plot, of Save the Date, is that everything is shoved on Lincoln. The episode wants us to side with Ronnie Ann, Bobby, and Lori, when in reality Lincoln did nothing wrong. The episode wants you to think of Lincoln as the bad guy, when in reality he didn't want anything to do with Ronnie Ann and just wanted to avoid being in an abusive relationship. While at the same time, Ronnie Ann goes through the episode with complete impunity. She treats Lincoln like crap, but at the same exact time, we're supposed to side with her. This is what Ronnie Ann deserves. Take it from someone with experience. You can't abuse essentially someone and expect them to want to go out with you. If the roles were reversed and Lincoln obtained some new steroid or something, then beat Ronnie Ann half to death and forced stuff down her pants and expected her to go out with him, but then she ran scared, the episode would still want us to side with this little bitch. The first time Ronnie Ann was ever mentioned in this show was when she was treating him like crap, and they said, and the episode kind of says, girls only pick on boys when they like them, which I know is both untrue and unrealistic. But that kind of brings up the question. In the past, did Lori ever pick on Bobby when they were kids? We get no flashbacks. Nothing from Lori, even when she's a blubbering mess, to imply this is normal and that the relationship would be anything other than abusive. They just say, nope, Lincoln broke Ronnie Ann's heart. We're supposed to feel sorry for her, even though she acted like a little bitch and doesn't get even one scene where she goes through a moment of reflection, thinking that she might actually be getting what she deserves for being a bitch and for all her bullying behavior. Instead, the episode wants us to side with her and say, nope, Lincoln is the bad guy for refusing to get bullied as a child, and then refusing to go into an abusive relationship as a child, then going through an abusive relationship as a teenager, then abusive relationship as an adult, an abusive marriage, suffer a divorce, and then spend the next 18 years as a wage slave. And the way Lori acts is just plain abusive and mean-spirited. Yeah, we never find out if Lori treated Bobby the way Ronnie Ann treated Lincoln in this episode, but doing this review, I kind of got a funny thought. Imagine if the roles were reversed, and Clyde and Lincoln stopped being best friends because Lori refused to date Clyde. A running gag through the first few seasons was that Clyde was in love with Lori. Now, just imagine if this episode happened in the inverse. Replace Lincoln with Lori, replace Ronnie Ann with Clyde, and replace Bobby with Lincoln. Clyde and Lincoln stop being best friends because Lincoln admits that he can't make Lori go out with Clyde. Something tells me that would not happen. And this episode is unbelievably chock full, but that was just the first example of how if you swap the genders, Tumblr, Twitter, Facebook, and every other social media site would go apeshit over it. The I actually came up with an example of what would happen if you swap the genders before this. And here it is. And it's more accurate to what this episode truly is, or what I see or what I saw when I watched it. Now, let me ask you a question. Hypothetically, let's say there was an episode of Loud House on Adult Swim tackling the topic of domestic abuse. Let's say either Lenny or Lori is in an abusive relationship. Since Lori is taken, we'll just say it's Lenny. Lenny is in an abusive relationship. Her new boyfriend constantly drinks and beats her. But since her new boyfriend is, well, essentially in good with Lincoln, let's just say he's paying Lincoln and Clyde to do stuff, and that's helping his business, which helps him get more booze to get drunk, which will lead to him beating Lenny up some more. The episode would want her to leave this guy, and the episode would end with him in prison after Lincoln and Clyde essentially quit their nice jobs working for him. All you have to do is change the ending where Lenny would stay with her abusive boyfriend so Lincoln and Clyde can continue working for him, and then swap the genders, and you've got the Loud House episode Save the Date. Because that's all that I'm seeing. Lincoln being reduced down to the pathetic Lifetime housewife, where Ronnie Ann is the drunk and abusive husband, but with the twist. The drunk abuser actually get what they want at the end. And since the Casa Grandes did happen, I have no idea. I mean, no, Nickelodeon should have ended this episode with Lincoln completely rejecting Ronnie Ann for the abusive little bitch that she is, Bobby dumping Lori, and their family moving away from Royal Woods to set up the Casa Grandes. And I'm going to end this review by saying Nick, the Eric artist, actually got this right. He drew this photo, and yeah, this is how the episode Save the Date should have ended. But since Chris Savino was in charge, we got the shitty ending we got. But if he wasn't, this is how it would end, and this would be completely justified.
Once I bite you, you will become my slave.
No thanks, I already have a wife. I hereby sentence you to marriage without parole. Did you laugh at any of those jokes? Well, if you did, shame on you. You see, for some stupid reason, and I will agree that most of the trying to make marriage seem like a death sentence is not exactly a good idea. I really like the movie Get Out. I think it's a very good movie that plays with a lot of powerful themes, and I do agree. Also, through YouTube, I heard that, you see, this movie I really wanted to see until I found out about the feminist themes in the book that it was based off of. And now, in modern day, with the success of Jordan Peele's Get Out and the men's rights movement, I can't believe that Hollywood hasn't decided to do a men's rights version of the movie Get Out, or a men's rights version of the Stepford Wives. The movie would work like this. A man would be out on a date, he'd have too much to drink, and then he'd wake up handcuffed in his date's cellar. She'd keep him prisoner and starve him while she constantly eats and gets fatter and fatter. Then this guy, who's become skinny enough to slip through the handcuff, makes it out, stabs the fat bitch in her sleep, and walks out, making his way to freedom. The insult actually is that there is a movie that fits that description, only it's a gender-swapped version of what I described. The movie starts up with a bunch of hooks and blades as a woman is running out of a cellar. She encounters the villain and tries to fight him off. She's able to make it out of the house, but eventually he does kill her. He then kisses the dead body of the woman he just murdered, seals it in plastic, and then we get the title screen. Okay, in order to explain how bad that this shit movie is, I'm going to give it an abridged review, like I've done with so many in the past. And to make sure you all know that this isn't comedy, and I did not bother to learn the characters' names, it was that bad. So I'm going to be referring to this guy, the antagonist, as Creep, and this whore as Final Girl. And just for the record, this is not comedy. This is not meant to be taken in a comedic way at all. So anyways, let's start the review. Okay, so Final Girl and her best friend go home after a night of drinking. This is actually important and something that I will bring up later. So anyways, the creep breaks into her house, kidnaps final girl, and locks her up in a cage made of wood. And this is the conflict of the movie, her trying to get out. This is a goddamn metaphor for marriage. This is fucking insulting. I'm just gonna say it. The metaphor is essentially saying that all heterosexual men are like this creep, and that every heterosexual woman who's married is essentially locked up in bondage. That isn't funny. You know, if the creep had been a vampire, a werewolf, a zombie, a cannibal, or any other horror movie cliche, this film might actually have a chance at being tolerable. But it's not. It's a worthless shitfest. So anyways, final girl's best friend shows up to try and rescue her, and the creep, who, might I add, only wanted a wife, and this is all metaphorical, ends up killing her, making an already insulting metaphor even more insulting. Because I guess the best friend in this case is a metaphor for a homewrecker. The goddamn retards who made this shit movie are implying that all heterosexual men who are married cheat on their wives. So anyways, final girl tricks the creep into letting her out of the cage by agreeing to put on the wedding dress, stabs him, and locks him in the cage. And this piece of shit movie then ends with final girl walking away like a badass. I'm just gonna say it. This movie is fucking insulting. Especially when movies like Silent Night, Deadly Night 4 have been made. And believe me, I will put a link to that review in the goddamn description. In more ways than one. If you ever saw the movie Scream, you would know what I mean when I say this movie is breaking the goddamn rules. It's like Randy said in Scream, when he spelled out the rules to surviving a horror movie. Both sexuality and alcohol lead to death. And in this case, final girl and her best friend are not only drunkards, but they're sluts as well. So in all fairness, the creep should have been the one to come out on top at the end of this movie. But instead, for some reason, the goddamn retards who made it let the final girl win, which is an insulting trope in itself. I can already hear the idiots in the comments section saying, "Oh, just because it's a horror movie doesn't mean it's a slasher movie." And to that I say bull and fuck. The only weapons used in this piece of shit were knives, and it came out during the 21st century. Of course it's a slasher movie, you morons! And not only is it a slasher movie, it's a slasher movie that's breaking the rules established by the original slasher movie, Halloween. Believe me when I say this movie gets more and more insulting as it goes on. At one point, the creep actually gets harassed by Jehovah's Witnesses. Not to mention the fact that this movie could have gone that route and could have been about the dangers of going to a bar or a nightclub and coming home drunk. Because you never know what could happen. And now it's time for me to answer the question of the hour. If this piece of shit movie was so bad, why the fuck did I buy it? Well, the answer is that I actually didn't. It came randomly. I got it randomly at Walmart in a 2-disc set of horror movies. I didn't know what I was going to get. I wanted to be surprised, but instead I was insulted. Despite being the most insulting movie on this DVD, there are actually 2 movies that are almost as bad. First, you got Bay Coven, which sees a man and his wife moving onto this island or something, 'cause the man, of course it's always the man in these movies, wants a simpler life and ends up getting brainwashed by a witch into throwing out everything he loves, which includes his baseball cards, and then gets killed off. And on the other hand, you have Midnight's Child, a movie about a family with a working mom and a stay-at-home dad who hire a nanny, but she turns out to be a witch, and the nanny is basically just trying to put their daughter through a marriage pact with Satan, and the mother has a dream or a nightmare that the nanny has replaced her. In all fairness, something like Midnight's Child is in the same vein as Cellar Door, where it would actually be scarier and might actually have a decent message if the antagonist won. I really wasn't insulted by this movie, as the insult is not aimed at me, but Midnight's Child is a movie that really is nothing more than an attack on traditional motherhood. 2 years ago, I did a top 10 list of movies that should get a gender swap remake. Now, if I had seen any of these 3 movies prior to making this list back in episode 25, these three would be at the top, along with a gender-swapped remake of The Shining that strictly follows the Stanley Kubrick adaptation from the 80s. Now, do you remember all those sexist jokes that appeared right before the review started? Did you laugh at any of them? Well, if you did, shame on you. If you laughed at any of those jokes or found them funny, you are nothing more than a man-hating sack of shit. And that's it. It's done. The review is hereby over, and Echo Bridge can go fuck off. Hello. In this episode of Sexism in Movies and TV, I'll be reviewing the Loud House episode, Affair to Remember. Now, one thing that really pisses me off about the sexism in movies and TV nowadays is the level of hypocrisy. I mean, you wouldn't believe how many cartoons, and when I say cartoons, I mean the bulk of them are aimed at kids, will essentially have stories saying, it's okay when the girls do it, but not when the boys do it. It's been something that's been plaguing American television for years, and what do you know? Just like the last episode of this show I beat up, Affair to Remember was also directed by series creator Chris Savino. I'm pretty sure this guy really does hate men, but judging on the episode I'm attacking, he might actually have some other issues that I'm not saying this directly, I'm saying he might, but he might have some issues that is subconsciously coming out through his work. Subconsciously. Okay, so this episode starts off with Bobby going to Lori with tickets for a monster truck rally, but Lori does not want to go, and this scene is extremely hypocritical. After everything he's done for her, all the gifts he's given her, all the dates he's paid for, all the things he's made in her likeness, she can't go to a single monster truck rally for him after everything he's done for her. I mean, come on. Even the look on his face should make it clear to anyone that he's aware of how hypocritical Lori is. And the episode wants you to side with this spoiled brat. Okay, so when Bobby and Lincoln get back from the monster truck rally, they had a really good time, and it was apparently a male bonding experience. later, on another date, Lori wants Bobby to rub lotion on her back. But then is covered in sand when Lincoln rides up in his bike because, well, I can only assume Bobby invited him along because they were getting along so well. And then, on their next date, Bobby actually did invite Lincoln along, and they have a food fight. Okay, so later, Lori is venting to her sisters about how Bobby says that Lincoln is like the little brother he never had. And yes, I am fully aware that this is before we learned anything about Bobby's home life, but when you grow up in a broken home with one sister, I mean, it's gotta be tempting to try and find out what it would be like if you had a little brother to spend the time with. Someone that you actually know will most likely have the same interests that you do. So then, Lori decides to use Clyde and make Bobby jealous. Bobby invited Lincoln along on his next date with Lori, who only dragged Clyde along to make Bobby jealous. I know I was repetitive, but while Lincoln and Bobby were having a great time at the fair, Lori was trying and failing repeatedly to make Bobby jealous. Lori sees the tunnel of love and knows that it's her last resort and her last chance to make this guy jealous. She gets on it with Clyde. Bobby does see it, and he goes on the toilet bowl with Lincoln, which leads to Lori crying, and some guy asks her if she was just dumped. She doesn't know if she was, but everything she went through, she kind of brought on herself, and I will explain how right after the review. Both Lincoln and Bobby see this. They play a joke that makes it look like him and Lincoln are dating, and they break up, and then he goes on the tunnel of love with Lori. they have an epilogue that says that Lincoln and Bobby still can hang out, and he views Lincoln as his little brother, and the episode ends. Okay, so now I'm going to get into the major hypocrisy within this episode. And that's the fact that Lori is completely the cause of every bit of the conflict. She is the reason all of this happens. I know that's a bit obvious, but here's the thing. She couldn't do one thing for her boyfriend after he spent 1.5 seasons busting his ass to make her happy. She couldn't do something to make him happy, or do something he wanted to for a change? The answer to that question is no. And the minute that possibility rears its head, she dumps it on Lincoln. And then, when Bobby realizes that he likes spending time with Lincoln, she has the gall to get pissed off about it and feel like Lincoln stole Bobby from her. And you know what? I'm just gonna get the elephant out of the room. Lori is having a scene because she didn't want to do something her boyfriend wanted, made Lincoln take her place, and is now acting like a little baby whose ball was taken away from her because the ball liked Lincoln too. Lori in this episode is unbelievably stuck up and spoiled rotten to the point where she needs Bobby's attention and feels she's the only one worthy of his attention. And you're probably at this point wondering where the hypocrisy truly lies. And that is in the fact that we would never get a storyline like this if the genders were reversed, or even on the Casa Grandes. Also, the final bit of hypocrisy that I'm going to end this review on is the fact that Lori, this whole thing started because Lori didn't want to do something her boyfriend wanted to do. He found out he liked hanging out with Lincoln, started ignoring Lori, which, let me just say, there's nothing wrong with that, because Lori's the kind of girl who truly thinks dating her is a privilege. If this episode ended with Lori learning the lesson that Bobby could use some free time and can't spend his entire life with it revolving around her, this episode would have had a purpose. That's it. Review over. I'm done. Let me just start this review off by saying I am not a fan of the original Thundercats. I did not watch it when they brought it back on Toonami in the late 90s. When they put Thundercats Roar on demand, I saw the first 2 episodes and I did not know where the insane level of hatred for this show was coming from. I saw 2 more episodes and I still couldn't understand where the hate was coming from. But then I saw the episode Warrior Maiden Invasion, and I kinda realized where the hate for this show might be coming from. It's different. In this episode, Tigra's just as stupid as anyone else, and in this episode, Wily Kit is Lion-O, and Wily Cat is Tigra. So the episode starts with the Thundercats playing hide-and-seek as a training exercise, and Wily Cat gets upset that his sister is essentially going around smashing things, giving away their position, and causing them to lose at hide-and-seek. He even says this will happen. A prediction that came true when they returned to the safe zone and all the adults made it past them because the Thunder Kittens accidentally had been given away because Wily Kit couldn't go 2 seconds without smashing something. Wily Kit is kind of berated by everyone for essentially smashing things, giving away their location, and causing them to fail. But since she's Lion-O in this episode, her stupidity is going to be the thing that saves the day. Then the Warrior Maidens show up and start terrorizing Third Earth. The Warrior Maidens reveal themselves as who they really are, and the Thundercats see them. And within less than half a minute, Wily Kit is instantly fangirling over them. It becomes obvious that the Warrior Maidens are going to attack the Thunder Base, which they do, again, in less than a minute. Easily defeat the Thundercats, as well as wreck their base and throw them in the Thunder Brig, which, because Tigra's an idiot in this episode, he designed to nullify all their abilities because, well, in this episode he's just as stupid as everyone else. So anyways, the Warrior Maidens then go on to smash up the Thunder Base, and steal the thunder tank, taking it for a joyride. Wily Kit gets the idea to smash random things in their base and try to earn the warrior maiden's. Chitara notices the vent and that Wily Kit and Wily Cat could easily, and then they follow it up with a joke about Lion-O being an idiot, thinking the plan commences, but Tigress. Wily Cat devises an elaborate plan that could actually work if this episode was actually following any kind of logic, but Wily Kit hates it because, well, it doesn't involve smashing things, and that's what she enjoys doing. Wily Cat was able to tranquilize the warrior maidens and was about to deactivate the Thunder Brig, letting the Thundercats out, which mirrored them playing hide-and-seek as a training exercise. If this pile of shit actually was following any kind of logic, then that's what they would go with. Wily Kit and Wily Cat would use the skills they gained playing hide-and-seek to let the other Thundercats out, and then they'd all drive the warrior maidens off. But we don't get that. No, instead we find out that the warrior maidens are actually doing good, which is the most fucked up part of this episode. I mean, they spent the last 6 minutes establishing these cunts as villains. The reveal that the warrior maidens are actually good, and shit like the Mole Master being a dictator, them attacking Mumra's summer home, is not only a fuck you to all the little boys watching, but it's actually a fuck you to the original. And I now understand why there are a lot of Thundercats purists who are livid over this show's existence. So anyways, Wily Cat walks up to them and tries to address the situation with words, but the warrior maidens attack him. So anyways, since this is a hypocritical piece of garbage that solely exists to, get social brownie points, Wily Kit goes through on her plan, starts smashing things like crazy, and eventually earns the respect of the warrior maidens, doing so much damage that the Thundercats are let out of the Thunder Brig by accident. So anyways, Wily Kit makes friends with the warrior maidens, and then we get the backstory. which, might I say before saying it, is unbelievably hypocritical. Not just for this show, but for any show to try and pull off and want their audience to think it's okay. The warrior maidens were the original heroes of Third Earth until they were defeated by Mumra. And, yeah, Lion-O does... And they believe him, but they assume Wily Kit is the team leader. When Lion-O points out that he is, they don't believe him. And the episode just ends with the warrior maidens being dicks to everyone else except Wily Kit. And then the warrior maidens are never seen again after this piece of shit episode. Okay, I'm just gonna say it. This piece of crap was essentially made to earn social brownie points from every pink or blue-haired feminist on the internet. That is something that's extremely hypocritical. Women go on and on about how the Disney princesses kill the self-esteem of little girls. Stuff like this kills the self-esteem of little boys. This piece of sexist garbage is unbelievably hypocritical. Remember last November when I attacked the episode Dragon Quest from My Little Pony? Here's kind of a good comparison to point out the level of hypocrisy in stuff like Warrior Maiden Invasion. Hypothetically, let's say that the people at Cartoon Network realized that DC Superhero Girls, a franchise that technically what you're seeing on screen is a reboot of the original that didn't even last a year. Let's say the people who are running Cartoon Network came to the realization that this franchise was a bad idea. So, in the final episode, as the means to end this abomination once and for all, the Earth is invaded by Darkseid. The DC Superhero Girls try to stop him, and they get their butts kicked. But then, essentially, the show introduces a version of the Justice League with the same member layout as that of the Batman. The Justice League tell the superhero girls to get bent and let them handle Darkseid, but they refuse, to the point where the Justice League essentially beats down and, well, not so much beats down, but restrains the superhero girls, defeat Darkseid, and have the superhero girls locked up on Stryker's Island. Either that or in Arkham Asylum. If Cartoon Network did that, the internet would go batshit and attack them. I guarantee you of that. The Saved by the Bell episodes, Jesse's Song and House Party, back to back over that piece of man-hating garbage. And now I'm just going to say it. I am done. The review is over. Okay, in this episode of Sexism in Movies and TV, I'm going to be reviewing the Loud House episode, Kings of the Con, which actually has a ton of unfortunate implications. But I will get to that at the end of the review. Okay, so this episode starts with Clyde running to Lincoln's house as fast as he can. In fact, Clyde ran so hard that by the time he found Lincoln, he had to breathe in and out of a paper bag, I guess to keep himself from throwing up or hyperventilating. I don't really know. I don't know what this kid's physical ailments are. So anyways, Clyde then tells Lincoln the reason he was in such a hurry to see him. He tells him about the latest Ace Savvy convention and the fact that the first prize for fans dressed as Ace Savvy and One-Eyed Jack would be named Kings of the Con and would get a role in the upcoming Ace Savvy movie. Lincoln gets excited. We cut to a fantasy scene of them as Ace Savvy and One-Eyed Jack in the filming of the Ace Savvy movie. In all fairness, it just seems like they were born to play these roles. This gets Lincoln so excited that he has to start breathing in the paper bag now. Lincoln and Clyde at first are sure that they could win this, and the comic book that they made from the episode Pulp Fiction essentially gives them an idea on how they might have an advantage over everyone else, and that would be getting Lincoln's sisters to dress up as the full deck from that episode. But unsurprisingly, Lincoln's sisters do not want to have anything to do with it. Until Lincoln mentions what the prize is. And yes, I know that Lincoln and Clyde kind of leave out the part where they're just looking for Ace Savvy and One-Eyed Jack and not the full deck, and probably not even that. If anything, Lincoln and Clyde would probably only get a cameo. I don't really remember the episode that well. But they leave that out to convince Lincoln's jackass sisters to help them. And I'm pretty sure that this episode is going for a you should not lie moral, but here's the thing. That's what they did in the episode No Such Luck. And apparently the writing staff on this show learned absolutely nothing from that steaming pile of shit, because this episode is essentially a less abrasive version of No Such Luck. If anything, Kings of the Con is more or less No Such Luck light. But lo and behold, the jackasses could care less and weren't even paying attention. So anyways, they arrive at the convention center. We, as the audience, find out about the kitty, who is apparently Ace Savvy's arch nemesis. And yes, that will come up later. So anyways, Lincoln and Clyde try to impress the judges. And here's where the episode really starts to go bad by essentially painting Lincoln as a loser. Lincoln's sisters were brought in to dress up like the full deck solely to make Lincoln and Clyde seem more appealing to the judges and give them more of a chance at winning that spot in the upcoming Ace Savvy movie. But Lincoln's sisters actually end up making Lincoln and Clyde look bad by showing them up at every single opportunity. Attempt number 1, Lisa makes Lincoln and Clyde look dumb by beating them at the contest corner. Attempt 2 is more or less Lincoln's fault by offering to autograph a copy of the comic where the full deck made their first appearance, and the ink splattered all over the judges. And in attempt number 3, Lynn makes them look weak in comparison in a typical test your strength game, and she's somehow able to cartoonishly send the bell through the roof. I know that this is a cartoon, but suspension of disbelief is all. Lynn is only 13, and I'm pretty sure she hasn't been taking steroids. But this is all to drive the plot and hammer in the fact that Lincoln and Clyde are spineless wimps. Then Lincoln's jackass sisters take the wallet of money that Lincoln had on him for either no reason or a stupid reason that I can't remember, because I was kind of pissed off at this episode. So anyways, after the jackasses had left, Lincoln and Clyde try to impress the judges by dunking the card shark in a typical dunking booth type game. But apparently neither one of them can aim for some stupid reason, which in most shows leads to seeing the place get flooded, but nope, all these losers are capable of is getting the floor wet. Then, as their second attempt to impress the judges without Lincoln's jackass sisters around, they tried displaying their knowledge of the high roller, which I can only assume is the ace-savvy equivalent to the Batmobile. And this, even though it is a cartoon, this is the point that basically blows through my suspension of disbelief. These two boys have been reading Ace Savvy since they were 7. They should know everything about his equivalent to the Batmobile. Yet they almost send it on a rampage. That is, if they could have actually gotten it off the ground. Okay, after the incident with the high roller went awry, Lincoln and Clyde are talking about how they could possibly impress the judges. And this is where they get the idea to kidnap the cat who essentially is playing the kitty, Ace Savvy's arch nemesis. And I have many problems with this. One being that Lincoln and Clyde are huge Ace Savvy fans. And something like this is something that Ace Savvy would never do. Because it's kidnapping. And yes, I'm aware that as a cat, the kitty is not a person. Then I'm pretty sure you could call it stealing. Either way, it's still a crime. There were 3 references to DC Comics in this episode, and given that Ace Savvy and One-Eyed Jack are clearly based off of Batman and Robin, you'd kind of think that that's how Lincoln and Clyde would want to act. You would think that they would follow that example. But no, they're not like Batman and Robin in this episode. They're like Magneto or Timbuktu from the Ben 10 remake, essentially causing a problem only to swoop in and essentially solve the problem they themselves created. And that's kind of something I would like to touch on, but I will go into that after I'm done with this review. Okay, so after 2 failed attempts, Lincoln and Clyde managed to capture the kitty and actually think that their evil plan and leave him in a broom closet, convinced that their evil plan had succeeded. Someone found out that the kitty was missing and had someone over the loudspeakers tell everyone in the convention hall, which leads Lincoln and Clyde to think that their foolproof plan to essentially be fake heroes and stop the kitty was in effect and about to work. Lincoln and Clyde go to the broom closet where they left the kitty, only to find that the kitty has escaped, and that if they want their shot at being in the Ace Savvy movie, they're going to have to bring him back, or more or less hunt him down and then drag him back. So anyways, rule of 3, and by the time we're at the 3rd gag, at how pathetic Lincoln and Clyde are in this situation, Lincoln beats down a rope thinking it was the kitty, and then the kitty attacks them. And this could easily be seen as a nitpick, but it is not. Lincoln and Clyde are actually bleeding. From what I understand, that this is usually something that Nickelodeon would not allow. But I guess standards and practices will only let you do this to boy characters, not say to a character who's done tons of things in the past who deserve it, like, say, Lola Loud. So anyways, the kitty pins Lincoln and Clyde to the wall, and Lincoln essentially shows what a cuck he is when he calls his sisters for help. But here's the thing. The way Lincoln tells Clyde to contact his sisters is fucking stupid. It makes no sense. And it literally goes against stuff we saw earlier. Yes, Lenny does notice that the bat signal reference is in the background of a photo taken of them while the Loud sisters were having a great time because of all the attention they were getting and all the people who wanted to have their pictures taken with them. But here's why this doesn't work. Lincoln's jackass sisters weren't even paying attention to the Ace Savvy slideshow, and it was Lenny who saw the Ace signal and recognized it. This makes no sense, because past episodes have actually stated that Lenny has the brain of a mouse. Her brain is that small, yet in this episode she apparently was able to figure out what something means even though she has no clue what it was, 'cause she wasn't paying attention when it was being shown to her. To add insult to injury, the loud girls then essentially break continuity even further by getting there in the high roller, which again they weren't paying attention and therefore should have no idea how this car works. I mean, when Lincoln tried to use it, he was triggering lights and having it bounce around. I know that both Lori and Lenny can drive, but in all fairness, they should have done something that sent this thing crashing into a wall. Which would actually, if that were the ending, this would be an excellent finale. Lincoln and Clyde are about to get their faces raked off, but then the Donkey Sisters show up to bail them out. Lori tears Lincoln and Clyde down just to hammer in what a loser Lincoln is. His sisters essentially beat the kitty down somewhat. The kitty then reveals he's got one final trick up his sleeve, a smoke bomb, and then appears behind Lincoln and Clyde ready to rake their eyes out when they get saved by Lily of all people. Lincoln and Clyde do get the kitty back into his pen, or whatever you'd call this box. Turns out the whole convention saw it. Lincoln and Clyde had finally impressed the judges. They walk up onto the stage where the judges declare them the winners, address them as heroes, and give them, essentially award them their prize, the slot in the Ace Savvy movie. So anyways, the Jackass Sisters get sad and depressed when they find out that Lincoln had lied to them. But after everything he's done for them in the past, it wouldn't kill them to help him. In fact, there was an episode about that concept called Cover Girl. And, now, after addressing that, 'cause, Lincoln lied to his sisters to get success, I kinda wanna I'm gonna stop the review temporarily and bring up some of the stuff they did to him, because, they kinda deserve this. Essentially trying to scare and traumatize him in the episode The Sound of Silence, for simply wanting to read a comic book in peace, which he could not do because his deranged sisters were making so much noise. And then I'm forced to remember that there was an episode where Lori wanted the same thing and essentially got it, and was not punished by her siblings in any way. The episode Sound of Silence wanted to have the message, you can't ignore your family, but hypocritically, Lincoln's sisters ignore him all the time. In fact, they ignored him in this episode. Lori didn't really have a problem ignoring Lincoln's pain in the episode Save the Date when she forced him to date his bully just so she could get her relationship with Bobby back. One that was actually, instantly sunk when the Casa Grandes happened and Ronnie Ann was essentially moved out of Royal Woods to be in a spin-off. Bobby went with her. And since Bobby has the overall mind of a 3-year-old and working at the Macabre is his dream, this is not a relationship that will last. If it ever came down to it, their relationship would crumble. Bobby would dump Lori, and Lori would deserve it. Every single thing they did to him during the episode No Such Luck, and in the episode Brawl in the Family, they essentially kick Lincoln out of his own bedroom several times, don't let him watch TV, ban him from the kitchen, and essentially, and worst of all, won't let him use the bathroom and make him go in a bucket. And believe me, the whole being banned from the bathroom thing, I say it's the worst because I have personal experience with that one. Lenny is 16, Lori is 17. They're acting like goddamn children over a problem that is nothing. The problem is non-existent, but they have to make their brother's life a living hell because of it. So anyways, Lincoln then essentially comes clean, and Lincoln essentially gives the prize that he and Clyde stole to his jackass sisters. And then this load of crap pretty much ends with Lincoln and Clyde finding out they did get a part in the movie, just not in the movie, but as the kitty's assistants off-screen, and this only happened so the kitty would have an excuse to maul them. So anyways, Lincoln then essentially comes clean, and Lincoln essentially gives the prize that he and Clyde stole to his jackass sisters. And then this load of crap pretty much ends with Lincoln and Clyde finding out they did get a part in the movie, just not in the movie, but as the kitty's assistants off-screen, and this only happened so the kitty would have an excuse to maul them. Okay, before we end this review, I want to bring up something that I said around 12 minutes in. And that's that you'd think, since Lincoln and Clyde look up to Ace Savvy and One-Eyed Jack as role models, they'd want to act like them, or would at least follow the example they set. There's this horrific media perception that all fans are essentially nerds, and that all fans are essentially nerds, when that couldn't be further from the truth. A nerd is someone who actually likes school and would believe the educational system actually works when it doesn't. Yes, it's true that nerds like school, and it is possible to like, say, both school and comic books, or school and sports, or school and video games. But if things like video games, comic books, anime, cartoons were meant to appeal to just nerds and not the entire fandom as a whole, any of these mediums would essentially look the way they would if parodied by AOK's Scientifically Accurate series that is on YouTube. Yes, it is possible for someone to be both a nerd and a fan, but it's also possible for someone to be a jock and a fan, as well as both a punk and a fan, or a hero and a fan. Just because you either like or either hate school doesn't dictate what you're allowed to like when you're not in school or when you're at work. And it's not exclusive to men. In fact, in this episode, we actually see a woman wanting to get a photo of the jackasses here, and she doesn't look like some nerd girl at all. In fact, she looks pretty attractive. Point being, girls can like this stuff too. It really doesn't matter. Another half to my point is that superheroes, and it is an example that everything on the show would lead me to believe Lincoln and Clyde would follow, but they don't do that in this episode. They act like nerds in this episode. And believe me when I say, the example that superheroes set the stereotypical nerd is the last person on Earth who would follow the example that superheroes set. I mean, anyone following the example of an actual superhero, whether in real life or in fiction, would know that when dealing with a bully, you have to stand up to him. You actually have to fight him. You actually have to punch him in the face. Beat him down. Even if you fail to win the fight, you would have essentially followed the example that superheroes set. Superheroes set the example that things, in this case morality, are not black and white. Nerds kind of view things as black and white. You see, by definition, nerds view the education. Not only are schools beginning, well, they've been overstepping their boundaries for a very long time at this point, but not only are they overstepping their boundaries, but they're letting a bunch of assholes, usually in high school, get away with stuff that their students to say whatever they want without consequences. A local asshole when I was in high school, and then there's the fact that they will hire anyone. I remember once I had this science teacher who actually did not care about science. He only became a teacher just so he could have a captive audience to spout his idiotic political views. And after everything I said, I'm just going to say it. And that was Kings of the Con. It was hypocritical, almost destroyed Lincoln and Clyde as characters, made Lincoln's jackass sisters really unlikable, and was overall a piece of fucking dog shit. And that is it. The review is over. I am leaving. I'm leaving the review. It is over as of now. Hello YouTube. In this episode of Sexism in Movies and TV, we're going to be doing another bitch monster segment in which I will be tearing apart Sam Manson from Danny Phantom. You're probably wondering where I'd begin. Well, like when I ripped up Mona Simpson, I'm going to do it in chronological order, episode by episode. But it's going to be the episodes where she's at her worst. Stuff where she is bad but not too bad won't be on this list. But I'm going to point out in detail why Sam is a horrible love interest for Danny. And I'm only limiting myself to the first 2 seasons because I did not see all of Danny Phantom Season 3. So anyways, let's begin the beatdown. Okay, Episode 1, Mystery Meat. Sam is actually the cause of the problem in this episode. She was the one who essentially got the cafeteria menu changed to only have vegetarian options, which pisses off the ghost of the previous lunch lady, making her hostile. And I say that because she was not instantly hostile when she first appeared. She only lost it when she found out that Sam changed the menu. So, anyways, the lunch lady tries to convince Sam to eat meat and is actually really nice about it, but Sam refuses still. So, anyways, Danny did save them from the lunch lady when she was in that meat golem mech suit thing, and when he wakes up, Tucker decides to prank him, saying he had been out for 4 days, to which Sam accuses him of nearly getting Danny killed twice. And Tucker rightly calls her out for it. And I agree with him. It's all Sam's fault. So anyways, Sam and Tucker both have their protests out. Tucker's doesn't even seem like a protest. And I actually liked his more even before I knew it was a protest. It actually looks like some kind of fun fair. Where, on the other hand, Sam's protest just resembles a bunch of smelly losers without jobs complaining about stuff. So anyways, Danny has one final showdown with the lunch lady, who was in the right, might I add, and the episode comes to an end. Oh, and one more thing. Before, the first fight between Danny and the lunch lady, I'm just going to throw in that because of what Sam pulled, changing the menu, the cafeteria expected Dash Baxter, the school bully, to eat mud, and he was going to force it down Danny's throat. If the first fight between Danny and the lunch lady never occurred, Danny would have been forced to eat it. But to get out of it, he throws it in Dash's face and starts a garbage fight, as he calls it. In the second episode, Two of a Kind, Sam essentially takes an embarrassing photo of Danny and Tucker that she actually uses to blackmail them with. Okay, episode 3, Parental Bonding. After Danny defeats some dragon, we find out about the upcoming school dance, and Danny and Tucker are essentially acting nervous, jittery, and making it more than obvious that they both have a crush on Paulina just 'cause she happened to walk by. Which is kind of the reaction of every boy she comes across. At least everyone that doesn't really have much confidence in themselves. Okay, so after a couple of jokes, Tucker suggests that Danny try to ask Paulina out. He admits he gets weak-kneed when talking to effeminate girls. So anyways, Sam essentially grabs Danny and thrusts him forward, and he tries to ask Paulina out, but it blows up in his face. after Danny's pants fell down and Paulina laughed and rejected him, Sam walks up and tells her off, calling her shallow, which is essentially what she said about her before when she said that girls like Paulina were a dime a dozen. And considering the fact that these characters appeared on South Park literally 1 year before Danny Phantom even aired, the same thing could be said about Sam Manson. So anyways, in reaction to Sam essentially calling Paulina shallow and walking off with Danny, Paulina gets the idea to steal Danny away. If Sam had done nothing, well, let's just say the conflict of the episode would never have happened. Okay, I'm just gonna say it. The plot of episode 3 is essentially the same exact plot as the Shin-chan episode Can't Elope. Well, or at least the part where Penny tells Maso that Ai's just using her so she can't use him. It's essentially the same thing, minus any sexual indications. Okay, Sam does some research on the amulet that Danny gave to Paulina after Danny unknowingly got into a fight with her after she transformed into a dragon. And Danny realizes he's going on a date with a dragon. Sam gets one quip in, even though she actually really does want to go to the dance, and she just keeps denying it because she's an individual. And Danny said that they should have known because they're her best friends. And here's something I want to say about the writing. Something like that would be impossible. It's impossible to tell what someone's thinking every moment. She was basically acting like she did not want to go to the dance and would rather see Paulina essentially go complete dragon mode and burn the entire gymnasium down. There's no way that Danny and Tucker would have known that was the opposite of what she wanted. So anyways, Danny possesses Tucker and makes him ask Sam out to the dance. So then when she comes back, and it literally took her less than half a minute to get dressed, she acts like she really wants to go and doesn't want to miss it. And that's literally right after she pretended she was doing it for Tucker because he was stood up. So anyways, Sam tells Paulina that Danny's not her boyfriend, lies about her feelings, and essentially then Paulina admits that she was only dating him because she thought she was stealing him from her. Essentially, like I said earlier, it was the plot of the Shin-chan episode Cantaloupe, or at least very similar to it. She puts the amulet on Sam, tells Sam that she's going to go out and dump Danny. Sam transforms into a dragon. Danny fights Sam and eventually brings her back to normal. Danny and Sam dance. The end. Okay, episode 5, Splitting Images. In this episode, Sam forces Danny and Tucker to help her replace the frogs that get dissected in the school biology lab with mechanical frogs with what I can only assume was the embarrassing photo she took of them back in episode 2. Okay, episode 20, last episode until we move on to season 2. In the episode Control Freaks, Sam essentially pays Tucker to dress up like her so she can sneak out of school and go to Circus Gothica. Okay, and yes, you could easily say that things went sour when Control Freak was essentially brainwashing Danny and by accident got him to scream their names and what they were doing. But in all fairness, none of them knew that Sam's parents would show up to protest. I know that Sam has, for some reason she hates her parents. The reasons why were never explained, but in all fairness, after everything she's done, I'm just gonna say it. I side with her parents. They are in the right. Sam Manson is 100% dysfunctional. Okay, episode 21, Memory Blank. So, Danny and Tucker are really excited about this new truck that just came off the market. So anyways, after seeing that the Ginormo 6000 is a gas guzzler, she tries to get Danny to haunt the place and drive away all its customers so no one would buy a Ginormo 6000. Might I add that doing so would drive whoever owns this place out of business. This car dealer, pretty much would have had nothing to do with this conflict. He's just trying to sell cars and trucks. And Sam wants Danny to go ghost, haunt the place, and drive this guy out of business just because a few of his trucks are environmentally unfriendly. That in itself is illegal. It's sabotage. Danny rightfully refuses, and Tucker takes his side. And he's in the right. He says something that actually makes sense when he says that this wouldn't be the first time that one of Sam's bad ideas got Danny into trouble. And of course he doesn't use any of the stuff I mentioned previously on this list. And yeah, Danny wouldn't want to fly around with a photo of his dad on his chest. But yes, what Sam wants Danny to do is not only a bad idea, but it would be illegal. If he did that, he might end up in jail by the time of the season 3 finale. Either that, or Danny could listen to Sam, and he'd end up with another Valerie situation on his hands. So, anyways, then Paulina walks up and invites Danny and his friends to her birthday party, hoping to meet Danny Phantom, or the Ghost Boy, as she puts it. So anyways, then Sam reminded how they promised to go to the movies with her, and she already bought refundable tickets. And Danny defends him and Tucker by saying they never get to go to parties like this. And Tucker defends himself by saying he doesn't go if Danny doesn't get to go. And here's something I kind of want to bring up. They actually have to beg her to get out of this. After everything she's done on this list, they could easily use that and say her punishment is that they're not going with her to the movies. So anyways, Desiree makes her second appearance in the episode, and she kinda uses the clause that because Sam said wish, in her hopes that something would happen to Paulina and get the party canceled, Desiree uses her magic to essentially bring the movie monsters to life and send them to kill Paulina. So anyways, Danny then beats down the first monster and demands to know who sent her, and when she replies by saying Sam, Danny kind of jumps to the conclusion that Sam has something to do with this, which technically she does, even if she doesn't know it. So anyways, after explaining to Sam and Tucker what happened, Danny makes Sam wear the Spectre deflector because he knows that somehow this has something to do with her. And I can see why. So anyways, Sam promises to stay out of this fight. Then she jumps on Paulina's moped and crashes into the second monster, destroying it. You think that would actually help her case that she's in the right and not involved, but the thing says her name right before disappearing, essentially making Danny even more suspicious, and I can see where he's coming from. Both monsters knew her name. Both monsters were targeting Paulina, trying to kill her. You know, kind of like if Paulina died, then her parents would actually be forced to cancel the party in order to set up Paulina's funeral. So anyways, Sam helps Danny out of the wishing well, and he gets electrocuted by the specter deflector. Danny then says he could have handled it on his own, and Sam accuses him of being an ingrate. Then Danny rightfully tells Sam off. And unlike what this episode's trying to say, no, I side with Danny. He's in the right. When he blames Sam for a lot of the dumbass shit that she has done, a lot of it, well, no, most of it were from episodes I've covered on this list. And then Danny points out that both monsters knew her name, and that she could easily have something to do with it unless another Sam is involved. So anyways, then Sam wishes that she never met Danny. For some reason, Danny is regretting what he said, and then Desiree shows herself. So anyways, then Desiree essentially erases Danny Phantom from existence, which leads to the next day, where Danny has no memory of Sam and no powers. Desiree attacks the school, and when Sam expects Danny to go ghost and fight, he has no clue what she's talking about and thinks she's crazy. You know, if Danny Phantom was more realistic, Sam here would actually not only be seen as crazy by both Danny and Tucker, but she'd be seen as crazy by the entire school. So anyways, Sam actually acts like a girl for once to try and jog Danny's memory. So anyways, Sam defeats the final monster of the Trinity of Doom, and this is a moment that's supposed to try and make her redeemable. But in reality, when you look at all the problems she's caused, she's kind of beyond that. I could see people on the show comparing her to a witch. And if the final season was actually written properly, Sam would have been revealed to be a secret villain in the two-part finale, Phantom Planet. The scene fails to redeem her because, well, I have 2 more episodes on this list, and I actually do intend to go back to season 1. So, anyways, then after Danny goes through the ghost portal again, he gets his powers back. So anyways, Danny was losing the fight, but when Sam wished that she never fought with Danny, Desiree accidentally granted that wish Danny powers back up and seals Desiree back into the Fenton thermos. And after all of the trouble Sam caused in not only this episode, but the entire previous season, she gets rewarded by having Sam and Tucker go to the movies with her. I'm just going to say it. No. This is a major flaw in American TV that only applies to girls. The writers are rewarding bad behavior. There are tons of female characters who act like fucking assholes, and in the end of the episode, the writers either allow them to win or get off scot-free with no consequences. It's something that a lot of these idiots need to realize is a flaw in their work, and they should stop doing it. Okay, episode 4, Beauty Marked. Now, I know there are going to be a lot of people who disagree with me on this one, so I'm just going to spell out, well, basically give this episode a really quick recap, and then I'm going to dive into everything wrong with it. Okay, so some beauty pageant is being held in Amity Park, and Sam pretty much thinks it's stupid, and we find out that Danny was made the judge because this guy was using him to find a bride. And when Danny essentially picks Sam, she gets kidnapped by a dragon and is almost forced into marrying the Ghost King dragon guy. So she essentially becomes the kind of wife no man would ever want. Sam convinces the Dragon King's sister to stand up to her brother. Then he's defeated by Sam, Danny, and Tucker. And with the help of the Dragon Princess lady, they escape. And they then return to Earth, where Danny, who through this whole ordeal was convinced he was a sexist, essentially names Sam the winner, but then she drops out, and so does Danny. He names Tucker his successor, and he goes to the Nasty Burger with Sam, but insists that she's buying, and they try to make this look like it was an actual good ending. They really do want to make this a good ending, but it doesn't work. Sam wouldn't give up anything for Danny and Tucker unless the fate of the world hung in the balance, or they begged her like pathetic little kids. Danny says she's paying for their meals, but that doesn't mean anything because Sam's family is secretly rich. And I'm probably going to get badgered in the comments for saying this next one, but I really gotta say, the episode King Tuck was way better than this episode, because in it, Tucker actually had a reason to let the power go to his head. 'Cause he was actually running for class president, I think, but no one was listening to anything he had to say. Where in Beauty Marked, Sam is just trying to make a jackass statement that only appeals to her. Okay, this might be a really controversial opinion of mine, but then again, I am, after all, the king of unpopular opinions. But this episode is 100% cliché. There have been a lot of TV shows that have done episodes about the Middle Ages or beauty pageants, essentially calling them sexist, when you can only make an argument, or at least in my opinion, you can only make an argument for the prior of the two without making it obvious that you're doing this for social brownie points and essentially making whoever is pro-beauty pageant, Middle Ages, or fairy tales out to be some kind of straw man or straw girl. Like in the Powerpuff Girls remake, where they did an episode with a princess and they went out of their way to write her as a straw girl, implying that this sort of thing is sexist. Hell, Family Guy did a joke like that where Lois leaves Peter for another man because it was obvious that he was rich enough to buy his own space shuttle rocket. You know, the type of rocket you use to said the Dark Ages are sexist and have tried to comment on chivalry being dead. Just show stuff like the entitled rebel princess getting the shit kicked out of her in every single episode because she literally does not have the build that the male characters do. She's an independent woman that don't need no man. Fine by me. She doesn't want help. Don't give it to her. Simple as that. Chivalry is sexist against both genders because it literally forces men to essentially help women, but if you put the shoe on the other foot, apparently it's sexist. And a good episode of a cartoon show would actually have that as the moral. Say to its main character, who happens to be a boy, don't give up something you worked hard for this other character just because she's a girl. If she's essentially standing in your way of something that you worked hard for and actually deserve, you should take it from her. Tell her to get lost. But these asshole studios only care about social brownie points, and I don't see a cartoon like that happening anytime in the near future. Not to mention the fact that Sam is legitimately a hypocrite for even entering this beauty pageant. She bashes the thing, she calls it stupid, yet she enters anyways. If Danny wasn't the judge, and hypothetically speaking Dash was, she wouldn't have had a snowball's chance at winning. And when she goes on about not needing to do stuff like this to feel special or have high self-esteem, that's essentially code. Feeling special means she doesn't have to do stuff like this without getting a blow to her already massive ego, and not having to do stuff like this to have high self-esteem is code for she doesn't have to do this, and come tomorrow she'll still have a massive ego. And that's not the only piece of hypocrisy here. I actually do know people who actually would side with Sam Manson, but at the same time like Lola Loud. And that itself is a contradiction. Lola Loud is a character, well, her entire thing is essentially the fact that her life revolves around beauty pageants, attention, stardom, and fairy tales. Sam Manson is the opposite. In all fairness, in season 1 of The Loud House, Lola's life revolved around winning beauty pageants. So, in all fairness, if you hate beauty pageants, you also hate Lola Loud. But if you like Lola Loud, you actually... If you think beauty pageants are sexist, you think Lola Loud is sexist and probably hate her. And the hypocrisy really shines, but it kind of comes out in the fact that these people I know who like Lola but think beauty pageants are sexist are actually, in a sense, endorsing beauty pageants without even knowing it. They are that stupid. If you know me in real life and want me to rattle off a few names of people who endorse stuff that they themselves go on record saying they hate, because they're stupid, I could easily rattle off a few names in that department. Okay, I really do get one thing that this episode is going for. They're trying to go for the concept of inner beauty, but given Sam's history, i.e. everything I mentioned in the prior episodes in this video, she doesn't really have that. Not helping is the fact that Sam literally looks like poison. Well, not literally, but to use the statement that beauty pageants are objectifying women, by that logic, through Danny's eyes and the eyes of any other judge, Sam would look like poison. She would look like the last thing they would ever want to be around. Okay, episode 39, Double Cross My Heart. I'm essentially gonna do what I did with the previous episode. Give it a quick overview and then explain everything wrong with it. So anyways, before the intro plays, the guys in white get their hands on Skulker's robotic mech suit. After we see the title card, a new student named Gregor appears. He claims to be a transfer student from Norway who is into all of the same insane things Sam is. And yeah, Danny's ghost senses are triggered, but it's because he was around what Skulker was hunting. And yes, I know, the episode goes out of its way and does a really good job to make it look like this guy is actually Skulker's exosuit that was reprogrammed and is working for the guys in white. Or at least that's kind of what I got out of it when Danny said guy in white. It actually does kind of make sense. Gregor wins over Sam and Tucker really easily, but mostly Sam. Tucker actually agreed to tag along and spy on them for Danny, and although he didn't find anything, Danny still saw them kiss. But this was before Danny asked Tucker, his best friend, to spy on Sam for him. When Danny spells out his assumption, Sam has the nerve to get pissed off that a boy might actually like her. Gregor, in an act of complete douchebaggery, is self-aware that Danny likes Sam and tells him to his face that he's gonna ask her out. After a visit from the guys in white, Danny actually comes to the realization that Gregor wasn't working for them because they thought he was Danny Phantom. They thought Gregor was, not Danny. Gregor, or whatever his real name was, admits that he was faking it, and apparently he only wanted to date Sam, and this is after he wanted actual alone time with her without Tucker. After seeing some cheerleaders, he pulls out a Letterman to go hit on them, revealing himself to essentially be more like Glenn Quagmire from Family Guy than Danny Phantom. The guys in white still hunt down Gregor because they're incompetent. Tucker then saves this fraud, proving himself to be a notch cooler than said fraud. Danny Phantom then appears and tells the guys in white to stay away from his friends. And the episode ends with Danny raising Sam's self-esteem, or should I say ego, while Tucker tries to use one of the tricks that the fraud used to get girls, and it backfires. Okay, this might come off as a nitpick, but Sam didn't instantly dump this fraud the minute that he kissed her. If Danny did that, she'd probably slap him. And she didn't slap him when she found out he was faking it, which really sounds like something she would do. And yeah, if Danny did the same thing, say in season 1, not only would Sam have slapped him, but they would not be holding hands 5 to 9 seconds later. When Danny brings up the idea that the fraud could have or is a spy working for the guys in white to get to him, Sam gets pissed off and chews out Danny, claiming that it's absurd that the only... Okay, another problem with this episode is that she falls for this guy instantly. And to be honest, I kind of noticed something rewatching this episode that I missed back in 2005 or 2006, whenever this aired. And that's that Sam Manson is actually really shallow. She had no right to jump all over Paulina in episode 2. You see, Sam is shallow, but in a different way. You see, apparently all Danny would have to do is throw on all black clothes, and Sam probably wouldn't be able to keep herself off him. Also, Danny would have to stop eating meat, but that's something he could easily hide. I mean, this guy apparently was able to do it. Yeah, Danny does not have a big ego. Sam does. This guy is acting like a gender-swapped version of Sam Manson. Apparently, Sam here is so egocentric that she'd instantly fall in love with a gender-swapped version of herself. Okay, this is my next reason. The pervert trope. Something that you'll know I hate if you know me in real life. That the fraud wasn't a spy. He was just trying to get a little you-know-what from Sam Manson. Which is weird, but I guess since he's the first girl he saw, which apparently happened off screen, he just went for it. And then ditches him to chase after some cheerleaders. And he's essentially Glenn Quagmire. You know, the... man who's obsessed with getting laid 24/7, thinks about women 24/7, thinks about getting laid 24/7 to the extent that it's psychologically unhealthy, and has no other character traits outside of that. To be honest, that kind of thing really pisses me off because it gives off the implication that all men are like that. Okay, the ending. This is a pretty good reason, and it particularly sucks. This episode ends with Danny rising Sam's already bloated ego and narcissism even higher. And to be honest, the true ending, well, no, not the true ending, but the ending this episode should have gotten, it would have worked better with a sad ending. Or a different ending. Allow me to spell it out. A better ending for this episode would ironically have to do with the beginning. You know, where Danny is staring mindlessly at Valerie and Tucker tells him he has to let go. Well, a better ending would be Danny going to the Nasty Burger or Valerie's house, them talking, and essentially Danny and Valerie actually getting back together. It would have been a way better ending, because Danny liked Valerie for tons of reasons, as opposed to that fake who only liked Sam Manson for her appearance. Here's my last complaint for Double Crossed My Heart, and it might be a nitpick, but here it is. All of Beauty Marked. The trap pageant that was set up by the ghost dragon guy was based around fairy tales, and it was pretty obvious that all the contestants wanted a boyfriend. And that was season 2 of Danny Phantom. Do I have other complaints? Yeah, I actually kinda do. These are things that happened in episodes that essentially Sam didn't play a big enough role in, or things that I just thought up prior to recording the episodes as I was tearing them apart. Okay, in the episode Attack of the Killer Garage Sale, we find out that Sam actually comes from a real, or any of the crazy things she believes in. In the second part of Rainstorm, when all the parents of at least Sam, Danny, and Tucker were fighting over who would sacrifice themselves to use the exosuit that Jack and Maddie made to fight Pariah Dark, which actually includes Jazz. I'm including her as a parent here. Sam, well, her parents, despite being rich, didn't hesitate for a minute to jump in and enter the fight to save their offspring. Okay, and to add insult to injury, she saw this whole ordeal go down before Danny steals the mech suit. And this is the episode that comes right after the one where Danny is complaining about having to live in the same house as his arch enemy, Vlad Plasmius. And Sam says that she knows what that's like because she lives with her parents. This kind of implies that she hates her parents. In the episode You Want What You Want, when Sam was sick, not only was she being taken care of by her grandmother, but three nurses and I think 2 doctors. That's how much her parents care about her. In the episode Control Freaks, they kind of had a reason to do that anti-goth protest. I mean, their daughter was skipping school, and yes, they did think that Danny was a terrible influence based on that journalistic piece on the news. But, in all fairness, seeing this actually brought up something that was never answered within the show. Why is Sam like this? She has 2 loving parents, but she acts like a troubled child who comes from an abusive family. This is not how a girl born into a rich family would act. This is how an abused child would act. And here's the thing. This question could easily be answered if, say, Butch Hartman ever did, like, say, a YouTube video where he said Sam had a mental disorder, and that would perfectly explain her behavior in universe. But there was never a flashback scene in Danny Phantom that explained why Sam is the way that she is. A superiority complex? But no, Butch Hartman didn't do that. He could at least make a YouTube video and essentially pull an Azula like the writers of Avatar did when they went to some convention and said, oh, Azula's hell, he could even copy those guys who wrote Avatar and say that Sam herself is schizophrenic. I mean, I understand that she's a teenager. At what point does Danny dating an OC who's Desiree's daughter would have been a better ending? Yeah, a character like this would have come in out of nowhere, but she still would have been better than Sam ever was. Not to mention the fact that the ending ruined what could have been. They could have really built Sam up in Season 3 and then have her revealed in the finale, or close to it, as a twist villain. You could go with the first option, that she was working for Vlad Plasmius from the start, or you could take a more creative approach and have her as the reincarnation of an ancient goddess slash spirit of chaos. She could have been like Eris from Billy and Mandy. And making a choice like that would make Sam's behavior in the rest of the series make so much more sense. I mean, it wouldn't be that she's trying to be an individual. It would actually be who she once was, or at least fragments of who she once was, slipping through to the surface. And now I'm going back to the very first episode, where she changed the lunch menu to only recyclable vegetarian options. And in that episode, she went on and on about how great being unique was, and then was surprised when the school didn't like being forced into her lifestyle. She said, unique is good. Well, Sam, to quote Rick Sanchez, so was Jeff. I know this girl kinda sees being a good person or not being a vegan goth as conformity, but in all fairness, Sam is a lot like Lisa Simpson. Season 30 Lisa Simpson. You know, the kind of person who would break a ton of laws for some stupid social justice purpose. I mean, Sam is the kind of girl who is so wrapped up in her deranged quest for morality that she would let atrocities happen to achieve her goal. I mean, she broke the law in the third episode. If Paulina and the popular girls were involved, I can't imagine how far Sam would go. I'm just gonna say it. Sam Manson is a terrible character, and she didn't deserve to get the ending that she got. Instead, I'm going to use fan art to show you what kind of ending she truly deserved. All links will be in the description. being forced to conform by means of socializing. Being forced to conform by means of being forced onto the cheerleading squad. Losing a battle with Desiree in which Sam would end up switching places with her. Stepfordization, and essentially being struck by the Fright Night sword and forced into a fairy tale setting in which she will be forced to work for Paulina until the end of time. In all fairness, Sam Manson is a terrible character and a horrible love interest for Danny Phantom. That's it. Review over. In all fairness, Sam Manson is a terrible character and a horrible love interest for Danny Phantom. That's it. Review over. In all fairness, Sam Manson is a terrible character and a horrible love interest for Danny Phantom. That's it. Review over. Okay, in this episode of Sexism in Movies and TV, I'm going to be taking a look at Ollie's Pack, Nickelodeon's latest animated hit, which in both character design and naming, we all know that Ollie's Pack was meant to be the spiritual successor to Welcome to the Wane. Now, this show has not fully concluded its first season, and I did see most of it. Out of what I saw, the episode I'm about to review, Sister Save Me, was one out of the 2 episodes I didn't like. Like in my review of the My Little Pony episode, Dragon Quest, or parts of the last episode of Sexism in Movies and TV, I'm going to give a really quick episode overview, and then I'm going to rip into everything wrong with it. So the episode starts out with Ollie training. And then Piper starts jumping on the trampoline too, and Ollie gets upset, saying she's interrupting his training, even though it doesn't look like any form of training I've ever seen. Championship gymnast, and walks off. Ejects himself off it onto the street, breaking his leg. Back inside the pack, which essentially is usable for the substitute chosen one. Both of Ollie's friends try putting it on, but it electrocutes them. Essentially the magical fanny pack's way of saying, you are not the substitute chosen one. But it works for Piper, essentially declaring her the substitute chosen one. You know, a story like this could actually work if they were planning on making her Ollie's Ollie gets upset over this, but not for the reasons you'd think. Piper runs from the thing and is actually terrified of it. I mean, look at the look on her face. That is a look of terror, and yes, this is going to come up later. Ollie pulls out a distraction monkey monster, hoping that Piper would essentially spend all her time chasing it around. Piper captures the slug monster because Ollie intervened and distracted it. Ollie gets into an argument with Piper, and everyone praises her for it. The actions of the distraction monkey were picked up by the show's two villains, who are essentially Boris and Natasha. Yes, I know they're not human, but come on. They're Boris and Natasha from Rocky and Bullwinkle. Thinking that Piper might be in a little over her head, Ollie switches the substitute fanny pack with his mom's fanny pack that he essentially drew on to fool his sister, and then sends her on a wild goose chase at the playground. Okay, and while Piper is off on that wild goose chase, Ollie steps forward, trips, drops the pack, and it lands in the... They become aware that the chosen one is out of commission, and when Ollie tries to use the magical fanny pack, it shocks him because he's the chosen one and not the substitute chosen one. Which leads to Ollie getting captured and needing to be rescued by Piper. Piper shows up and tries to use the fanny pack, but then finds out that Ollie switched it with a fake. And when he admits what he did, she is pissed at him. Ollie throws Piper the real magical fanny pack. The bad guys admitted that at first they just wanted the distraction monkey. Piper then blasts the two idiot villains away with the magical fanny pack, is acknowledged as a hero by her brother, and then says that she's gonna continue being a hero for the rest of the week, even though Ollie tried to talk her out of it. And then we get an ending with not Boris and not Natasha in front of a pet shop. Okay, now that I gave that little episode recap, now it's time for me to go into all of the reasons as to why the episode Sister Save Me is an overglorified piece of shit. And the first reason is quite unique, and something that is a massive failure when it comes to Western animation, and that is unfortunate implications. You're probably wondering what this episode is implying. Well, let me put it to you like this. Ollie is getting punished for being responsible. Usually in a bad episode like this, that usually does the boys versus girls plot, something that had been outdated since the 70s. They turn the boys into these sexist, misogynistic, almost satirical caricatures of who they are, so that it would kind of make sense when they lose to the girls. But no, in this episode of Ollie's Pack, that's not even trying to do that, they essentially turned Ollie into the overprotective dad who doesn't want to see his daughter get hurt. An older brother is supposed to be responsible, keep his little sister or little brother out of danger. That's what Ollie's doing here, and not only does the episode frame him as a bad guy, but they want you to side with them and think Ollie's being an overreacting dick for basically being responsible, looking out for his little sister and wanting to keep her safe. In the episode Doom for Rent, Ollie gets pissed off that Piper actually hit it off with the two villains whom he was now the landlord of, going so far as to say, and I quote, "I'm her brother, not him," end quote, showing that Ollie clearly cares about his sister. But, in this episode, Ollie is essentially made out to be the bad guy for the cause of girl power. You know, I can't imagine that the guy who created this show would ever state this, but just imagine if there was a hypothetical flashback where Piper actually got hurt and potentially broke more than just one limb, and it was something Ollie could have stopped, but he failed to make it in time, and essentially blames himself for that event, and it would explain why he's kinda overprotective of his sister in that episode. I mean, that's the kind of thing you'd go for if the writing in this episode was competent, but it's not. They don't do that. They do not essentially give Ollie a reason to be overprotective or responsible in this case. All they're saying, all they're doing is implying that being responsible is a bad thing, and bad things come from responsibility, which is a completely fucked up message to be sending to kids. Is the pack a weapon? I would argue that it's not, but in this episode, they put it on the same level as weapons like a Green Lantern power ring, Excalibur, the Omnitrix from Ben 10, as well as mystical items such as the Dragon Balls, any of the Millennium items from Yu-Gi-Oh!, the Scroll of Sealing from Naruto, or even the traditional magic lamp or the magical muffin from Fairly Odd Parents. And if you're gonna do that, then allowing a little girl to guard and protect it is probably not a good idea. I'm just saying. And one more thing that I put in is the fact that this type of episode could work, but not so early in the season. This is the type of thing you would do in season 2 or 3, but only if you intended on making Piper Ollie's sidekick. The idea of an episode where Ollie is put out of commission and it's up to someone else to protect the pack actually is a good idea in theory. The problem here is all the botched execution. Two ways that they could have avoided this would be: 1, summon either a doctor or a healer from the pack. Someone who could get Ollie back to normal in around 10 minutes and have the episode more or less a heroes have to beat the clock type story. And the second way was actually something that happened on the show. Have Ollie just use the pack to summon Lucius Van Horn and have him shapeshift into Ollie to throw the two idiot villains off the trail of the real Ollie. Even go so far as to have Cleo, Bernie, and Captain Wowski with Lucius Van Horn while he's impersonating Ollie to convince those two idiots that that this is really the chosen one and not someone impersonating him until he's back up to speed. If this is what they were going for, an episode where the chosen one was put out of commission, if anything, they should have recruited Dahlia. She was the chosen one before Ollie, and yeah, she was the villain in the only episode she was in, but they did kind of reform her at the end, and she would be the ideal person to get Ollie back after he was captured by the new versions of Boris and Natasha. I mean, she is off on her own world. She's probably bored out of her mind, and this would be the perfect excuse to expand on her character. I mean, I'd even go so far, had I been writing this, to give her a flying motorcycle similar to Lobo's. After Ollie gets captured, have Dahlia chase after the bad guys on a flying motorcycle. And I'm just gonna say this because it's obvious. Dahlia would have been a way better candidate for this episode than Piper. I'm just saying it, and I said it. Dahlia is not a little kid, and that is kind of why. Okay, and I'm just going to say this here and now. Piper is just a kid. I mean, look at the expression on her face when she's running away from this slug monster that actually is terrifying. She is scared of it. I mean, this episode would make more sense if we actually had her bring up that she wanted to be like her brother, but no, they have to do this episode for the sake of girl power. And then there's the fact that the only reason Piper overcame her final test, i.e. the slug monster, is because Ollie dived out there and acted as a distraction. He's willing to do whatever it takes to keep his sister safe. And the episode wants us to think that he's an overprotective idiot. That is not okay. Hypothetically speaking, I could easily see a little boy watching this, and when his sister actually gets into trouble, he's gonna think that it's okay, it'll all work out, and she's a big girl despite being half his age, and that it would all work out. When she ends up getting hurt, he's probably going to learn his lesson, but then get scolded by his parents for doing nothing, even though the cartoons he was raised on, like Ollie's Pack, told him to do nothing, because his little sister, who is half his age, is a big girl and can take care of herself. I gotta say, that is a really irresponsible message to be sending to kids. But Western cartoons are notorious for setting a bad example for their young, impressionable audience. Okay, why can't Ollie just defeat the two villains with the magical fanny pack? I know it's supposed to work for Piper because she's the substitute chosen one, but Ollie is the actual chosen one. He's the real thing. Anything meant to protect the Monsterverse with this logo on it should work for the chosen one, regardless of what hero it was intended for. The fact that this magical fanny pack only works for Piper is just a story means to cuck Ollie so that Piper can save him at the end. And this next question would come off as a nitpick, but it makes absolutely no sense. The magical fanny pack is meant to be similar than the actual pack. Captain Wowski at no point said that this thing would give Piper superpowers. I can see her being an expert gymnast, and having won a bunch of gymnastic competitions. But she is not a bodybuilder, and the fact that she can lift her 13-year-old brother when she is most likely under the age of 9 makes absolutely no sense. Ollie's Pack is not an anime, but since they're gonna put Piper in the hero role, they treat the show like it is an anime, and this kind of sends out some unfortunate implications to little girls. Little girls, you're stronger than you are. You can definitely lift your teenage brother and carry him around. I mean, I know the writers want to treat this show like an anime for this one episode, but reality does not work like a cartoon or an anime, and little kids are really impressionable. And essentially the moral of the story is girl power good, responsibility bad. Ollie gets cucked and humiliated for one reason and one reason alone. He's being a responsible big brother. And that is one of the worst implications you can ever have when you are writing a show for kids. If Ollie and his friends were out of town, say with either Cleo or Bernie's parents, then this piece of shit episode would actually make more sense. By this episode's logic, Joey Wheeler is a terrible older brother. You know, the boy who went out of his way to get money to pay for his sister's eye surgery so she wouldn't go blind. Same thing with Ichigo Kurosaki from Bleach, who saved his sister from evil ghosts on a regular basis. And the same thing would apply to the Luke Skywalker we saw in Return of the Jedi, who rescued his sister from essentially being Jabba the Hutt's personal stripper and concubine. Or should I say stripper and hooker. If Return of the Jedi operated under the same logic that this episode of Ollie's Pack did, Luke might not have defeated Vader, the Empire might have taken over the galaxy, and Leia's existence would have ended up like this for the rest of her life. It would have ended with a cutscene with Princess Leia spending the rest of her life as Jabba's slave girl. And while we're on the subject of girl power good, responsibility bad, I would really like to bring up the fact that Piper could have actually died sometime after this episode. No, just think about this. You have a little girl off hunting monsters, completely unsupervised, and yes, she does have a magical item on her, but if she were to hypothetically encounter a monster who is strong and or smart, she'd most likely end up dead. Because she was sent on a mission to hunt monsters. You know, monsters like this one. You know, that thing that Piper was freaking terrified of the first time she encountered it? I mean, if she had encountered something similar to this, but either stronger, smarter, or hell, why not both? There's a chance that this little girl might actually die, all because her brother was convinced to be irresponsible. And I can already hear the idiots in the comments section saying stuff like, "Oh, well, Ollie does that all the time." But here's the thing. Ollie has Bernie and Cleo with him always. And they're most likely with him in that episode because his leg was broken. Piper is essentially running into this solo, with no allies to help her whatsoever. There was a chance that she could have gotten killed after this episode. I mean, if she didn't appear in any other episodes after this, it could easily be assumed that she was killed trying to hunt a monster. If she didn't appear again after this episode, that would kind of be Ollie's pack's hidden fact. You know, the thing on the show that's obviously canon, but the show does not want to address, like Steven Universe's hidden fact, being that the diamonds are genocidal, or were genocidal, before meeting Steven. Now, let's go back to Welcome to the Wane, the show that was obviously the inspiration for Ollie's pack. That show actually worked because it played with stereotypes. It in no way embraced them. Ollie's pack does the same thing, but to a lesser extent. Such as, well, the fact that they made Bernie the nerd and Cleo the comic relief character. But focusing on Welcome to the Wane. That show was great because it broke stereotypes. Well, not so much break them as they did play with stereotypes, like having the hero-villain rivalry between Caroline Timber and the female spy, or making Antsy here essentially a powerhouse even though he's supposed to be a nerd. And they play with this to the extent that in one episode where Ollie from Welcome to the Wane thinks Antsy's cursed, does a lot of rituals to break the curse, and Ollie takes quite the beating in the process. Or in the final episode where Ollie goes up against the main villain and beats him in a one-on-one fight. Yes, he was using that wooden sword thing, but that's beside the point. He managed to win. A scrawny Poindexter beating down a supernatural monster. Now that is how you play with stereotypes. In all, I'm going to end this review by saying the episode Sister Save Me is the second worst thing I've ever reviewed. Second only to the episode Hunchman from Adventure Time. This episode gives off tons of unfortunate implications, bashes Ollie here simply for being responsible, and gives Piper all sorts of abilities and skills that she probably shouldn't have just for the sake of girl power. And I really was thinking about this as I was turning on the camera. Would Nickelodeon, or any other studio for that matter, be willing to do this episode with the genders reversed? I can't really answer that, and I'm kind of conflicted. Half of me wants to say no, but on the other hand, this is the same company that gave us No Such Luck from the Loud House. So there's a chance they would, but they would essentially write the little brother as in over his head and requiring his big sister to come and save him. And for a show that wants to be the next Welcome to the Wayne, I'm really surprised that they did an episode like this. And now, with everything said and done, I am ending the review.
This episode of Sexism in Movies and TV is going to be a bitch monster segment in which I target the smug little cunt herself, Lisa Simpson. And now I'm basically just going to say the obvious. The Simpsons is a show that's run for 30 seasons, and essentially going through all 30 of them to find Lisa Simpson at her worst would be enough to drive you crazy. So this episode is essentially going to be a top 10 list of moments from The Simpsons of Lisa, at best either being a childish jackass, or at worst a horrible monster who should have been killed off. And without further ado, let's rip this bitch apart limb by limb. Kicking her brother in the groin. This comes in at number 10, and in all fairness, it's not funny. Even played for laughs. She's essentially attacking her brother in a way where he really can't attack her back. In all fairness, Bart should consider having some kind of weapon on him, or wearing a cup in case Lisa decides to kick him in the family jewels, because not only is she willing to do it, she does it, and she really feels no regret. I mean, this is the kid who gets strangled by his father on a regular basis. If he was if Bart had been physically abusing Lisa because Homer physically abuses him in the first few seasons, then Lisa kicking Bart in the nuts would be acceptable. But no, it's not. She is literally attacking him in a way where he can't fight back. And I want you to remember that when I get to my number 1 on this list. And one more thing. Number 10 is, well, basically an example of Bart getting cucked just to make Lisa look good, which is something that will come up on this list, but here's the thing. Bart knows at least one form of martial arts. In all fairness, I can't believe the writers did this. They literally had to cuck him and bring him down to make Lisa good. That's a sign that she's not a good character. In reality, after the first kick to the groin, Bart would have actually learned a blocking method, and the next time Lisa tried it, he would have beaten the ever-loving shit out of her. In fact, if Bart Simpson beat the crap out of his sister in an episode of Modern Simpsons, ratings would skyrocket. Faking her death to impress this jackass. Okay, this clown is the leader of a group called Dirt First. A bunch of vegan environmentalist activists. And I know this guy said that Mayor Quimby had an illegal tree auction, but you gotta remember, at the end of the episode, Lisa the Tree Hugger, this clown is revealed to be insane. And because Lisa wanted to impress him, she agreed to live in the tree because the law says that Mayor Quimby can't sell it if there's someone living in it. But when it gets hit by lightning, and around the same time that Lisa essentially got homesick and decided to pay her family a visit, then fell asleep, the tree was hit by lightning, and everyone thought she was dead. You know, if this wasn't a hoax and she actually died, the Simpsons would probably have gotten better. I personally don't feel that it got worse, because I hate a ton of the early Simpsons episodes. In all fairness, those people on the internet who complain probably wouldn't be complaining as much if this was the actual ending to the episode, and Lisa was essentially killed off the show. Environmentalist activists. And I know this guy said that Mayor Quimby had an illegal tree auction, but you gotta remember, at the end of the episode, Lisa the Tree Hugger, this clown is revealed to be insane. And because Lisa wanted to impress him, she agreed to live in the tree because the law says that Mayor Quimby can't sell it if there's someone living in it. But when it gets hit by lightning, and around the same time that Lisa essentially got homesick and decided to pay her family a visit, then fell asleep, the tree was hit by lightning, and everyone thought she was dead. You know, if this wasn't a hoax and she actually died, the Simpsons would probably have gotten better. I personally don't feel that it got worse, because I hate a ton of the early Simpsons episodes. In all fairness, those people on the people on the internet who complain probably wouldn't be complaining as much if this was the actual ending to the episode and Lisa was essentially killed off the show. In the season 6 episode Fear of Flying, Marge sees a therapist to get over her fear of flying. Homer actually is upset about the idea because he says therapists have turned neighbors against him. And he was right. She actually says that Homer is a far more serious problem than Marge's fear of flying. She even says so, and I quote, "There's still the far more serious problem of your husband." I mean, in all fairness, Homer actually warned Lisa that this would destroy the family. And I know that Marge's dad lied to the family, saying he was a pilot when he was really a stewardess, and that Marge's fear of flying came about through stuff like this. I will agree that Marge getting over her fear of flying is a good thing, but Homer was absolutely right to pull Marge out of therapy then and there. Just look at the look on this woman's face. She clearly does not like Homer. It's obvious that she is a man-hating feminist. Homer says that therapy breaks up families. Yeah, and in all fairness, his was almost destroyed because of therapy. And all because Lisa thought it was a good idea. Despite what the show wants you to think, you know, the whole Homer's an idiot but Lisa's a genius thing, no, I have to say that's wrong. A genius would not do this. Homer was right on this one. That therapist almost convinced Marge to leave him. I know that Lisa was coming from a good place, but risking the family unit, as dysfunctional as it is not a good idea. And the last thing I want to touch upon in this is the hypocrisy. If the therapist was a man, Lisa would be freaking out. She'd be terrified that this guy would tell Marge to stay with Homer and do whatever he says, regardless of how crazy it is. That's how much of a liberal jackass Lisa Simpson is. Okay, and if Lisa's behavior in Season 6 wasn't bitchy enough for ya, then you should see her in Season 7. In the episode Bart on the Road, she actually admits that she had signed countless petitions to shut down the Springfield nuclear power plant. You know, that place that her dad works at? In all fairness, I am kind of convinced that Lisa does not want the Simpsons family to live the life that they had. I mean, in my number 7 pick, she literally risked whether or not her parents would get a divorce, and in this one, she admits to actually trying to get her father's place of employment shut down simply because it runs on nuclear power. And yes, I know that Marge went to college, but Homer actually managed to go back and graduate, and that was before the end of The Simpsons' heyday, as a lot of the idiots on the internet put it. If Lisa succeeded in her little quest for eco-morality, Homer would be an unemployed bum, and since we all know Marge is too goddamn stupid to get a real job and hold on to it, the Simpsons would end up living on the streets, but Lisa would feel a-okay about it because she felt like she did a good thing, and I'm sure if that was an actual episode, the writers would want us to take Lisa's side. The number 6 spot on this list goes to Lisa's insane level of entitlement. I have 3 episodes that I intend to use as examples. The first being the Season 7 episode, Summer of 4 Feet 2. Essentially, this episode starts off with Lisa having been the person who edited the yearbook, and after the assertion of some geek girls who tell Lisa this will make her popular because they're out of touch with reality, Lisa instantly takes the opportunity and shoves her egotism in everyone's face by actually expecting these kids to stand in an orderly line one by one on the last day of school and pick up their yearbooks. That's not gonna happen. After Nelson asks who died and made her boss, Lisa actually answers that and says she edited the whole thing. Nelson, however, throws out the fact that if she didn't, someone else would have, and begins handing out the yearbooks himself, giving a middle finger to some of the rules Lisa was laying down. And yes, she does this despite not being a teacher. She has no authority, yet she's acting like she does. Lisa walked around, no one wanted to sign her yearbook, and then she sees that Bart not only has a line of people wanting his autograph, but a booth, like it's a comic book convention or something. kids in both Lisa's class and her grade want Bart's autograph, as well as Principal Skinner, which should not be surprising because at this point, Bart Simpson is the town hero. He defeated those French crooks in an episode that's I can't remember the title of, and he's defeated Sideshow Bob multiple times. It's not really that far out of the blue to believe that Principal Skinner would want the autograph of his most successful student. And seeing this makes Lisa break down. Essentially, she spent the school year acting like a nerd as opposed to an actual girl, and she wonders why she's not the most popular girl in school, where she says straight A's, perfect attendance, bathroom timer. Okay, now I'm going to tell you what Lisa is actually entitled to. And it's going to be a real surprise since this character isn't who she was when the show started in the 1980s. She's not entitled to friendship, respect, or popularity. The thing that she feels entitled to is worship. That's right, Lisa Simpson's ego is so big that she feels that by applying anything she actually earned or was given by accident, like the straight A's, which actually were revealed to be an accident, showing up to school every day, loving it, and being a bathroom timer. I'm not sure what that was since I had to go to the bathroom all the time when I was in school. That, along with applying all her insane morals to her personality, that every kid in Springfield Elementary, including the teachers, should essentially just drop to their knees and worship her as their goddess. Lisa moans and complains that she doesn't get it, which is actually quite surprising. In the episode Lisa vs. Malibu Stacy, Lisa claims that Malibu Stacy is a sexist stereotype. Marge played with one when she was little, and Lisa is probably scared that she would turn out like Marge did. Lisa actually went so far as to partner with the woman who designed Malibu Stacy. Why she would think this is a problem, I don't know. To create a new doll named Lisa Lionheart, essentially to bolster Lisa's ego. But then the company rebrands the doll with a new hat. Lisa is surprised at this revelation and gets upset over it. And the whole thing that triggered the events of this episode is that Lisa essentially had to try and play what she thinks her life story is out with her dolls, and when she pulled the cord, it actually said something girly. After all that, Lisa is actually surprised that no one likes her. I mean, it was kind of proven that they don't think like her in the episode Lisa versus Malibu Stacy, because I'm pretty sure those girls would like to have a relationship with someone other than Milhouse, don't want to waste their time in school, and probably like going to the bathroom. I mean, Lisa is entitled to worship. And I know, and believe me when I say, what comes next is gonna piss off a lot of people. And I, as the king of unpopular opinions, am just gonna say it, but Lisa Goes Gaga was not a terrible episode of The Simpsons. It was actually good. Because you see, in that episode, Lisa Simpson proved herself stupid enough to accept a most unpopular award at her school. And in the same episode, has the gall to go on about how she lost her integrity. Integrity that she never had. She sells out for things all the time. She converted to Buddhism only because Mr. Burns was being allowed to run the church like a business. In the episode where Lisa learned about magic, she sold out her teacher because the son of a rival magician actually complimented her. And you have no idea how many things Lisa would throw out the window for her insane ideals, an ego boost, or a pony. So in all fairness, Lisa never had integrity, and every episode to feature Lisa Simpson after, I'd say 2002 is essentially nothing short of an ego trip. It's basically Lisa just doing something to buff up her giant ego. And in all fairness, Lisa's ego is the problem. You know, her ego, that thing that's constantly being bolstered and risen to greater and greater lengths by her good grades that have been given to her by her bad teachers, simply because she sucks up to them, and has actually brainwashed Lisa into thinking that being a jackass, liberal, feminist, vegan who just happens to be Buddhist makes her superior to every other female in town. I mean, Lisa would think she's not like all those other girls. She's not a attention-seeking gossip moron who sold out for social acceptance, dummy slut, or a housewife, which is what Lisa hates out of all four of the examples of the other girls or women of Springfield. Not to mention the fact that Lisa views her mother as nothing more than a sexist stereotype who is nothing more than a waste of a life, who only exists to cook, clean, and take orders from her fat, drunk, stupid, misogynistic husband. And that is actually how Lisa sees Homer. It's too bad she'd never get to see how Bart sees her. It would drive her crazy. And this is an example of Lisa's worst nightmare, her becoming just like Marge. I could see Marge telling this little idiot to respect her teachers, but Lisa doesn't really get that sucking up to someone is not the same thing as respecting them. She thinks sucking up and respecting someone are the same exact thing. So anyways, back to Lisa Goes Gaga. You see, the reason that this episode works is because Lisa actually tried to make herself popular by creating a fake name on the internet to defend herself. Make it look like someone out there doesn't think she's a steaming pile of shit. And it worked temporarily, but when Lisa was exposed, yeah, it instantly stopped. And here's the thing, a lot of people attack this episode and say this event is forced. No, it's not. I mean, Lisa, the reason she brought this to school and was exposed as being truth teller, the girl who defended Lisa, is because Lisa Simpson herself was so arrogant that she didn't think that she'd be caught. Now, I know that usually there are no rules to making friends, but when it comes to the idea of popularity, Lisa definitely cheated. Yeah, there was some girl on the internet complimenting her, essentially saying that Lisa's nerdy habits, or in this case interests, were cool. But she was secretly Lisa herself, and when this whole thing was revealed, Lisa lost all the popularity that she gained. And she deserved to. She didn't earn it. She cheated. In the episode, Lisa's upset because nobody likes her. But you gotta remember, for over 22 seasons, this girl will make everyone around her either give up something they're enjoying or that's important to them, or conform to her insane way of thinking, either for an ego boost or because whatever it is that that person has or is enjoying clashes with Lisa's deranged sense of morality. But to wrap up my number 6 entry, it's the fact that Lisa is entitled to worship and she has a god complex, and this is never addressed on the show. Now, I just want you to remember this one for when I get into my selection for the number 1 slot on this list. Because not only is it going to be surprising, but it also ties into this. Okay, in the episode The Computer Wore Menace Shoes, Homer gets his own website and essentially makes it an animated GIF website. He put up a bunch of animated GIFs that he finds funny. And the minute Homer asks for feedback, the episode shoves Lisa's egotism in our face, with her saying that a website is supposed to be a personal thing, and that Homer just stole a bunch of copyrighted material and threw it on his website. As far as I can tell, the flying toaster is the only thing that Homer could get sued for. But based on the fact that animated GIF sites exist, Lisa is either accidentally showing off her insane level of stupidity, or just giving Homer a lousy critique to either make him feel bad or make herself look smart. And it would probably be option 2. I could definitely see Lisa just giving a critique on not just a website, but about anything, just to keep up the illusion that she's not an idiot. Essentially giving a critique about something she knows nothing about, just to make herself feel smart. Lisa then tells Homer that that the people who own the material could sue him for putting it on his website. But here's the thing. With the amount of fan sites that were on the internet when this episode came out, if what Lisa is saying was by any means accurate, there would have been a lot of people in jail in the early 2000s. And if anything, YouTube itself, right here, the video streaming site that you're watching this on, is living proof to how wrong Lisa Simpson is, and how unbelievably stupid she is. So anyways, to put Lisa's paranoia to rest, Homer essentially starts calling himself Mr. X. And now here's the part where Lisa essentially did something to really screw things up. When Homer's site is still getting no views, instead of telling him the honest truth, something along the lines of, the internet is a numbers game, or this sort of thing takes time, she instantly tells him that he has to offer people something, which is actually not true. You don't have to offer people anything on the internet. Just look at sites like YouTube, DeviantArt, Newgrounds, and social media as a whole. And those people are being offered something. They're being offered the opportunity to see Homer's website. So, in all fairness, Lisa's idiot argument falls apart. And that one statement of buffoonery from Lisa inspires Homer to use his Mr. X persona to essentially give out dirt on everyone the Simpsons family knows. And yeah, I will blame Homer for being weak, 'cause exposing Mayor Quimby's secret swimming pool did get him into the newspaper, but then he actually goes overboard when he starts spying on his own friends for the sole purpose of gaining internet popularity. And you're probably wondering how this is Lisa's fault. Well, she was the one who put this in his head. It is a domino effect. And I know that this episode is a parody of the 1960s TV show The Prisoner, but come on, there's gotta be a much better way of writing a parody of that show than this. The number 4 slot on this list goes to when Lisa refused to be Harper Jambowski's sidekick in the episode Friend with Benefits. Okay, after Lisa's attempt to get recruits for the Magic Club went awry, because that was something she was into for one episode to make herself feel smart, the new girl at school, Harper Jambowski, joined, and sometime later they go to a concert where her dad meets Homer's dad, and they instantly become good friends. But here's the thing. Harper is a spoiled rich girl, and Lisa is an egocentric feminist. These are the kinds of girls who would hate each other. And the truth is, Harper didn't even care about magic. Her dad was just really lonely and had no one he could hang out with. Somehow she found out about Homer Simpson and how he was just like her dad, and arranged for this all to happen. For her dad to meet Homer at the concert, and that's the only reason she hung out with Lisa in the first place. Now, when you actually think about it, yeah, this really does make Lisa look like a big baby. She doesn't like being the sidekick to a spoiled rich girl. But Harper's the one who's truly being mature. She's actually putting up with Lisa so her dad can have someone to hang out with. In this episode, Homer made friends with a man rich enough to bribe Principal Skinner so that they could go out drinking. And after Lisa and Harper have their big fight, this guy, he still tries to be Homer's friend. Okay, now, the reason that Lisa and Harper got into this big fight is because whenever they hang out, they were always doing something that Harper wanted to do. And given everything that has appeared on this list, I have no clue how in any way that's a bad thing. I'm just gonna say it. In this friendship, Harper is Bart and Lisa is Milhouse. Lisa can't stand the idea of her being a sidekick. And that's what kind of drives her insane. I mean, if she was calling all the shots, she'd think this was great. There was even an episode where Marge paid a girl to be Lisa's friend, and Lisa was loving it. But since Harper could only pretend to be a clone of Lisa for so long, well, long enough for her dad to meet Homer, essentially she put her foot down, and I can't blame her. And even when Harper gets Lisa a brand new bike as a gift, Lisa does not take it well at all. She just assumes that Harper's trying to bribe her, and that's what causes the fight. Not to mention the fact that when they go into their back and forth, Harper kind of reveals that she's nothing like Lisa, and that she actually has friends. And I'm just gonna say this. Harper may be a spoiled brat, but she's a way better person than Lisa Simpson is. She actually befriended Lisa so her dad would have someone to hang out with. Do you honestly think that Lisa Simpson would ever have been willing to do the same? Anyways, the friendship ends when Lisa gives the new bike that Harper gave her to Milhouse just to piss her off. So anyways, then Lisa goes home, and her family, who was looking forward to going to the Jambowski's private island, actually get pissed off at her, and in a moment that's completely realistic, they actually chew her out over this. So anyways, Homer and Mr. Jambowski talk things out, and the Simpsons end up going with them to the Jambowski's private island. Apparently there's something for the entire Simpsons family on this private island. Swimming, mermaid petting zoo, and in a shocking turn of events, Lisa actually does feel bad about what happened. And not out of character, Harper feels bad too. They fight over a sea star, which forces the dads to choose, and the dads are no longer friends, and the Simpsons get kicked off the Jambowski's private island. I know that this episode tries to paint Harper as a rich, spoiled brat, but in all fairness, she did something completely selfless and noble. She put up with this little sack of trash so her father would actually have someone to hang out with. And that is something that Lisa Simpson would never do. I know I keep harping on this, no pun intended, but Harper is actually a better person than Lisa Simpson. And when the show started out, Lisa was apparently some kind of moral focus for the show or something along that line. She was supposed to be like the show's conscience or sense of morality, but no. This girl, who only appeared in one episode, is more moral than the character who is supposed to be the franchise's embodiment of morality. My number 3 choice for this list comes from my personal favorite episode of The Simpsons, Homer the Great, and it's essentially when Lisa cost her father the entire planet. You see, in this episode, after joining a group that's a parody of the Freemasons, Homer instantly rises through the ranks very fast and essentially becomes the king of the world. Something that Lisa could ever handle. And then there's the fact that, like in the computer that wore Menace shoes, Lisa's words essentially cause a domino effect. And I know, it's the typical sitcom formula. Everything has to go back to normal by the end of the episode. And I don't know if Matt Groening wrote it and intended for it to be ironic, but when Lisa says getting what you want all the time will leave you unfulfilled and joyless, Homer, for the first time in the entire series, actually does something about Lisa's big mouth by having Bart, who is more than happy to help, muffle Lisa's mouth and forcibly remove her from the room. And that's kind of something that scares Lisa. The idea that she wouldn't be able to control Homer anymore. The idea that he might control the planet, and that she wouldn't be able to control him by being a daddy's girl. I mean, it does not show, but she is threatened. I mean, just take a look at the look on Lisa's face when Homer reads her the true story of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. She is sad, but she's also terrified. And she got lucky that her words took root in her father's head. Because if she didn't, when Homer eventually died, Bart would have been the heir to the throne. And that's something she really hates, because in a potential 20 years into the future timeline where Homer dies of natural causes and Bart is his successor, he would control the world, and he would basically take revenge on Lisa for every stunt she's ever pulled, not just the ones on this list. She was originally sad and scared because she was never going to get anywhere in life because she would never become a stonecutter. But now she's sad and scared of the fact that being the chosen one actually made Homer stand up to Lisa. He doesn't want to lose this. His words took hold, and she essentially tells him to help people and not essentially act out of greed and sloth and alcoholism. Yes, it works temporarily. Just like in the number 5 slot on this list, Lisa's advice only works temporarily. Telling the stonecutters or having them do things for others to this extent essentially is the last thing they'd ever want, and eventually drives them to a point where they turn against Homer, with Moe here saying he wants to kill him. And by following Lisa's advice, Homer gets the Stonecutter Society turned into the Society of No Homers. And they instantly tell Homer he cannot join. And Homer ends up trying to rebuild the Stonecutters with monkeys, but eventually goes home with his family. The end. The worst part about this is that not only does Lisa not get punished, but Homer is still a horrible parent and treats her in a very chivalrous manner, and still treats her like one that could do no wrong, even though he strangles Bart every chance he gets. When in reality, this would be the point where there'd be a story shift and Homer would strangle Lisa every chance he gets. And all of that is enough to make me think that subconsciously Lisa was actually trying to sabotage her dad's success. I mean, subconsciously, she is threatened by the power he holds, the fact that he's, standing up to her and denying her things and not treating her like a spoiled princess. Lisa may not have known it, but it's easy to assume that subconsciously she wanted Homer to fall, and if he died, that would be a sacrifice Lisa would have been willing to make. But we couldn't have this scene backfire, because then they might have to write in an ending where Lisa murders Homer herself, which is not only something that she would do, but if this was the last episode, that would be a fitting ending. Especially the way Lisa is now. The moral center of the show would kind of be exposed for what she really is. A spoiled little feminist bitch who can't handle the idea of having to answer to someone who's not a woman. Every part of the episode, Bart versus Itchy and Scratchy. This episode starts off with Krusty announcing an all-girl remake of Itchy and Scratchy. Bart doesn't like it and agrees to him and his friends that he's not going to watch it. So anyways, while Lisa is filming her reaction, she apparently aims the camera towards the door because she's an idiot. Bart walks in and finds it funny. He actually laughs, and Lisa actually uploads this to the internet without telling him. After essentially uploading it all over the internet and making her brother a meme, he gets attacked by all his friends who instantly turn on him. And then he meets these brats, Bossy Riot. You see, Bossy Riot's whole thing is that they do all the bad things that Bart does, but they use feminism as the means to justify their actions. From what we see of them in this episode, which is their one and only appearance, they are a group of terrorists. And they're pissed off because Principal Skinner banned sandals. That's what caused them to form this terrorist group. You know, we never get Principal Skinner's motivation for doing this in the episode. For all we know, there could have been a fire alarm. Some kid might have been wearing sandals. They could have ran out and actually tripped down the stairs and actually broke something. And Principal Skinner might have had to ban sandals to keep this from happening again, because he ended up having to promise to the kids' parents that this would never happen again, to one, avoid a lawsuit from them, assuming that Principal Skinner has the school nurse bandage this kid up, and two, to essentially avoid a possible lawsuit should an event like this actually ever happen a second time. So in other words, he was right. It turns out that Lisa is a huge fan of Bossy Riot. She likes them so much that she's willing to watch a news report where the local anchorman, Kent Brockman, calls them out as being a terrorist group. He outright calls them Gal-Qaeda. So anyways, a few minutes after that, Lisa finds out that Bart is the fourth member of Bossy Riot, and she throws a massive temper tantrum. And in all fairness, this is something Lisa deserves. You see, Bart was the one she humiliated for not wanting to watch an all-girl reboot. She humiliated him for this by doing something that is illegal in several states. And then when she finds out he's fighting for a feminist cause, she throws a temper tantrum. Because deep down, Lisa thinks that it's her who should be the one fighting for the feminist cause. She's upset that her brother, who she views as a monster, is fighting on the side that she sees as noble and good. She outright calls him a mercenary, essentially accusing him of being the kind of person who would do something that his criminally insane arch-enemy would do solely because he's in the group she idolizes. And this would be the scene where normally Lisa gets punished, as in gets an ironic punishment for being a hellish little bitch. But no, the episode wants us to view us as justified for her throwing a temper tantrum, and then she actually has the nerve to tell Bart that he shouldn't be a part of this protest because he doesn't care about the cause, which actually makes Lisa out to be a massive hypocrite. After all, this is the girl who left Christianity for Buddhism when Mr. Burns was allowed to run the church like a business. But on the other hand, Lisa Simpson wants to be a powerful corporate CEO, even though she does think that American businesses are evil. So anyways, Milhouse in the B-plot had started a protest to get the all-girls reboot of Itchy and Scratchy canceled and make the studio go back to the way things were originally. A protest that, might I add, actually got Krusty to react and go back to the way things were. Boys Rights Association, BRA. I know that was intended to sound like MRA, like men's rights activist. And in all fairness, yeah, this is a parody of an MRA group. This is what the assholes who write The Simpsons think that men's rights activists are like. They think they're a bunch of whiny little brats throwing a tantrum when there are men killing themselves all over the world because of the unfair laws that were signed in because of feminism. Anyways, Bossy Riot decides that if the all-girl remake of Itchy and Scratchy isn't going to air, then they're going to destroy the cartoons that they can from the original version. Bart tries to stop them and gets tied up. So anyways, Lisa unties Bart, who then proceeds to try and talk some sense into Bossy Riot before they do something that could actually get them hurled in juvenile hall, i.e. dumping nail polish remover so that the fumes would essentially burn the eyes of the protesters. It doesn't work. The nail polish gets dumped. The fumes cause Bart's friends to cry because their eyes are being burnt or something along that line. Anyways, Bossy Riot gets away. Bart leaves the group and names Lisa as his replacement in the group. And then the episode ends with Bart Simpson spray painting the words, "The patriarchy is a wiener," on a wall with pink spray paint. And we're supposed to think that this episode has a happy ending, even though everyone outside of Lisa was essentially out of character and only doing things because the story needed it to happen. Okay, you're probably wondering what my number one is and how it could be worse than everything else on this list. Well, my number one choice on this list is here for how needlessly sadistic it is. And my number one choice is when Lisa got a restraining order against Bart in the episode "On a Clear Day I Can't See My Sister." Now, people think the episode "The Boys of Bummer" was a bad episode. But no, I disagree. Compared to the episode "On a Clear Day I Can't See My Sister," "The Boys of Bummer" is literally up there with Lisa's Substitute, Stark Raving Dad, or any of the other episodes from the classic era that the purists love so much, while at the same time attacking the modern episodes. And it's all because this episode is needlessly sadistic in ways that it didn't even need to be. As Homer sets up a 20-foot pole between them, in accordance with the restraining order, but this bald sack of crap puts a sharp, pointy object at the end. Lisa takes sadistic joy in poking her brother with it, knowing that he can't fight back. Yes, I know that Bart started this by doing an insulting cartoon of Lisa, and that was what started the fight, but Lisa herself is not innocent. She fought back, and I'm pretty sure this event was an accident. This image encapsulates everything wrong with the episode. If I could find one word to describe this episode, it would be unfair. Bart is forced to be taught by groundskeeper Willie and isn't allowed to attend recess. He's forced to live in the backyard and eat out in the rain and catch he could get a cold, an pneumonia, all sorts of diseases. And you'd think this is where Marge, the dumbass circus clown that she is, would force Lisa to destroy the restraining order. No, it gets even worse. Bart actually does get sick, and the judge refuses to get rid of the restraining order. Homer doesn't even do anything, despite what you're seeing here. He actually just sets up a little tent for Bart in the backyard. And eventually, Bart breaks down and gives Lisa the one thing that she feels entitled to: worship. He praises her like a goddess, and then she apologizes. We light the Lisa Memorial on fire because it's a reference to Burning Man. She throws away the restraining order, and this is supposed to be a happy ending. No! This is not a happy ending. You idiots have been conned. In this torture porn, which, might I add, is the ultimate antithesis to why restraining orders should be legal, Homer proves that the psychological torture he endured in the episode Love is a Many-Strangled Thing was actually something he deserved because of the way he acted in this episode. And speaking of Love is a Many-Strangled Thing, Watch Mojo put it on their top 10 list of worst Simpsons episodes ever made. I mean, yeah, this appears on that list along with Lisa Goes Gaga, but On a Clear Day I Can't See My Sister doesn't even get to be in their dishonorable mention. It's clear that these people have a liberal bias because they put 2 good episodes on their top 10 worst list, but they didn't put a torture porn like On a Clear Day I Can't See My Sister on the list. And like I said before, it wasn't even in the dishonorable mentions. Okay, back to the torture porn. You're probably wondering why I say that this is the perfect antithesis to why restraining orders should be legal. Well, you see, if this episode had gotten a decent ending, it would have ended with Bart getting so fed up with what he's being put through that he actually hires a hitman, which is technically a loophole around a restraining order, to kill Lisa and throw her body in a river somewhere that's at least 94 miles away from Springfield. That would have been a much better ending than seeing the kid who gets strangled by his drunk father on a regular basis get tortured so much that he has a nervous breakdown and gives his megalomaniac sister the one thing she craves more than anything else, which is idol worship. And earlier, when I said idiots, I meant all of the idiots on the internet who thought that Lisa is a good character when she's actually a train wreck. 2, the early episodes from seasons 1 through 8 were the only good ones, and yes, I know this could sound hypocritical. And 3, every moron who's gonna attack me in the comments section saying Bart deserved what he got. I mean, the boy gets strangled by his father on a regular basis, for crap's sake. This is needless overkill. If you're going to do this to a character, do it to Lisa, please. And if this episode wanted to have a purpose, it would essentially be have Bart leave home permanently and realize that he's better off and more successful without his family in his life. Homer is a jackass bully who doesn't like him. Marge is a retarded clown who doesn't give a flying fuck about him, and Lisa wants him dead. Remember the episode where Bart was like a hall monitor, and when Lisa ended up stealing a book of answers from her teacher, Bart took the blame for it? Or the episode where a feminist group got Principal Skinner fired and they segregated the classrooms by gender, and Lisa actually had to pretend to be a boy to get a decent education? I don't think you do. I'm sure as hell convinced that the writers forgot about those episodes at this point. Considering the fact that both the episodes Burns' Air and Barting Over aired before this episode, it actually just asks the question, why doesn't Bart move in with Mr. Burns and make Homer's life a living hell? Or at least that way he'd be able to give both Homer and Lisa consequences to their actions. And since the episode Barting Over, another episode that, might I add, starts off with Lisa's rampant narcissism, happened before this episode. Why doesn't he just leave and never come back? I guarantee you this boy would be better better off. I'm using this image because it is the perfect representation of Lisa Simpson. A spoiled little brat with the IQ and maturity of a baby. In the episode 9021 Doe, when Lisa doesn't get an A, she flips out and states that at her old school, she got so many A's, her teachers never even checked her work. Then the only good teacher who Lisa ever had asked her if that's why she got so many A's. Lisa realizes that she had just been challenged, and she instantly starts crying. Because the truth is, Lisa Simpson is not smart. Intelligence is just something that Lisa Simpson has attached her giant ego to. And I know I'm gonna get attacked in the comment section for saying this, but Lisa Simpson, or any woman who thinks like her and has the exact same mindset, is the kind of woman who would agree with what Lisa said right here, as written in the subtitles. Any woman like that is either insane, about to go insane, or is just a man-hating bitch in general. And the worst thing about this little brat is the fact that she never faces consequences for her actions. The only time that happened was in Lisa Goes Gaga. But every other time she wreaks havoc, is the catalyst of a torture porn, or does something that was mentioned on this list, she gets off scot-free. The morons who write The Simpsons treat Lisa as one who can do no wrong, and that is completely untrue. It's 100% detached from reality, and the only good ending to the Simpsons would involve Lisa getting killed. Oh, and as I end this review, I'm gonna give you a little preview of what I have planned for the season finale. That's right, if you couldn't already guess from what's on screen, I'm going after this guy in the season finale. And having given you that little preview, I am hereby ending the review. I'm using this image because it is the perfect representation of Lisa Simpson. A spoiled little brat with the IQ and maturity of a baby. In the episode 9021 Doe, when Lisa doesn't get an A, she flips out and states that at her old school, she got so many A's, her teachers never even checked her work. Then the only good teacher who Lisa ever had asked her if that's why she got so many A's. Lisa realizes that she had just been challenged, and she instantly starts crying. Because the truth is, Lisa Simpson is not smart. Intelligence is just something that Lisa Simpson has attached her giant ego to. And I know I'm gonna get attacked in the comment section for saying this, but Lisa Simpson, or any woman who thinks like her and has the exact same mindset, is the kind of woman who would agree with what Lisa said right here, as written in the subtitles, any woman like that is either insane, about to go insane, or is just a man-hating bitch in general. And the worst thing about this little brat is the fact that she never faces consequences for her actions. The only time that happened was in Lisa Goes Gaga. But every other time she wreaks havoc, is the catalyst of a torture porn, or does something that was mentioned on this list, she gets off scot-free. The morons who write The Simpsons treat Lisa as one who can do no wrong. And that is completely untrue. It's 100% detached from reality, and the only good ending to the Simpsons would involve Lisa getting killed. Oh, and as I end this review, I'm gonna give you a little preview of what I have planned for the season finale. That's right, if you couldn't already guess from what's on screen, I'm going after this guy in the season finale. And having given you that little preview, I am hereby ending the review. Rule 63. The concept of taking a franchise and giving all the characters a gender swap. Do I hate this? No, I do not. Can it be done well? Yes, if all the characters are actually in character. The episode of Teen Titans Go, Beast Girl, is a living testament to both of the statements that I just made. But a good question is, can Adventure Time take this concept and make it work? The answer is no, they can't. If they take this concept, it will destroy itself. Fiona and Cake is a really good example of how not to gender swap your characters. Okay, so Fiona and Cake are helping Prince Gumball set up a party. He tells them they're invited, and Fiona is a little bit confused. Okay, the Ice Queen tries to kidnap Prince Gumball. Okay, so Fiona goes on a date with Gumball. Still confused whether or not she wants to date him or not. Fiona then goes to the party where Prince Gumball takes her up to his bedroom. Nope, but as a plot twist, it was actually the Ice Queen in disguise in an attempt to get rid of Fiona. Fiona beats the Ice Queen, but then Cake sees Prince Gumball and attacks him over an obvious misunderstanding. Okay, and so far so good, but this is the part where, Adventure Time with Fiona and Cake instantly shot itself in the foot. Fiona acted like she really wanted to date Prince Gumball. Dare I say, she might have actually been in love with him, and was going to beat the Ice Queen half to death for pulling the stunt. The minute Prince Gumball actually wants to date her, she instantly rejects him. Okay, in Adventure Time, Finn was obsessed with Princess Bubblegum up until season 3, up until season 3. I mean, hell, just this year, to make both Adventure Time and regular show relevant in 2020, some fan post the question, who's a bigger simp, Mordecai or Finn? So anyways, this is massive hypocrisy with this episode, 'cause Finn obsessed over Bubblegum for 3 seasons until Jake actually brought Flame Princess into the picture. Fionna, on the other hand, is able to get over Prince Gumball without Cake's help in less than a second, and then she says she doesn't want a boyfriend. I mean, it would make sense if they did one final Fionna and Cake episode that revealed her to be a lesbian. And I say that because in the actual continuity, they made Bubblegum and Marceline a lesbian couple, which was the only way to save their characters, because of how horrible they treated Finn for almost 10 seasons. Then Fionna instantly fawns over the Ice King, as does Cake, and boom, it's revealed that this was all just a work of fiction that the Ice King wrote. Okay, next episode, straight out of season 5, Bad Little Boy, the introduction of Marshall Lee. It starts out with another fanfic being read by the Ice King to a bunch of princesses that he kidnapped. Marceline sets them free using her invisibility powers, and the Ice King freaks out thinking it's God, begging forgiveness for not believing that he's real. Believe me when I say, as an atheist, I take great offense to this scene. This episode is offensive in more ways than one. So anyways, Marceline makes herself visible, sits down, and tells her Fionna and Cake story. We start off with Prince Gumball having baked a bunch of pastries for Fionna, and then they end up climbing on top of the wet roof because something swiped them, and that thing was Marshall Lee. He asks Fionna to go to a party with him, which she does. They perform a song and dance at the party. There is a bit of playful roughhousing. Marshall Lee apparently puts up this "I'm a villain" routine, which we don't really know if he's being honest, since there were only 4 Fionna and Cake episodes made, to the best of my knowledge. So anyways, Marshall Lee dances with Cake and makes it look like he's about to feed on her, which tempts Fionna to leave, but she stays. They sing a bit more. Marshall Lee eventually kidnaps Cake, summons a bunch of skeletons, which I guess is supposed to be a callback to when Marceline did that in the episode Hunchman, which was the worst episode of Adventure Time. Fionna fights off the skeletons. fights Marshall Lee, injures him, the sun comes. Marshall Lee is impaled, but used one of those things that Prince Gumball baked to save himself. Fionna punches him, starts laughing, and beats him up. Then we cut back to reality where the Ice King doesn't like what he hears and throws all the princesses out along with Marceline. This episode tries to be a gender-swapped version of Marceline's first two appearances. And believe me when I say, they really fucked up. I mean, they try to draw allusions to the episode Hunch, and they probably could have done a much better job in that department. I mean, they could have essentially done something similar to The Bride of Dracula and have Marshall Lee prank Fionna and Cake by tricking Fionna into going through a bogus wedding with Marshall Lee that would be fake, and terrify Cake by making her think that Marshall Lee hypnotized Fionna into getting married to him only so he can treat her like crap. But that episode ended with Finn saving Marceline's life, and she doesn't even try to make it up to him. She just acts like an arrogant. This episode ends with Fionna getting pissed off and beating Marshall Lee up. And this is where Adventure Time with Fionna and Cake shot itself in the goddamn foot. I mean, yeah, in all fairness, if you're gonna let Marceline off the hook and still be an arrogant bitch, you gotta do the same thing with Marshall Lee in the gender-swapped version. The idea is that Marceline doesn't deserve to be punished because she's a girl, and Marshall Lee deserves to be punished because he's a boy. I mean, this kind of shows that at the time, Cartoon Network and or Penn Ward really do not like, they have a severe hatred of men. It's a complete double standard saying it's okay when the girl version does it, but not when the boy version does it. I mean, for shit's sake, Ball Masters actually got this right, unlike Adventure Time, because when they tried to do a Bride of Dracula type story, they actually had the character who's a stand-in for Dracula essentially have Gaz, who he really did hypnotize, clean his lair in a maid uniform, which is actually a form of payoff when you think about it. Definitely puts Ball Masters above Adventure Time, and believe me when I say that even the comic books of Adventure Time that feature Fionna and Cake are sexist. They did one about, I mean, it's a stereotypical cliched plot. Fionna tries to get into a hero convention by pretending to be a boy. I mean, it's a damn Clubhouse plot. Those things are so freaking cliched and sexist. And if you want to argue that they're not, how come they never did an episode of the show where, say, the princesses are having a roller derby competition Finn and Jake want in. They tell them to scram because they're not princesses, or girls for that matter. And that would be the conflict of the episode. And if someone ever ends up, creating a work of fiction that becomes a massive success, that is truly misogynistic, it is gonna be in response to things like Adventure Time. Let me just state that Joker, directed by Todd Phillips, who directed the Hangover trilogy, did Joker in reaction to all the crazy liberals and social justice warriors that attacked his previous work. Okay, so in closing, this reeks of a complete double standard. Finn is essentially nothing more than a lovesick puppy who would do anything for Bubblegum's attention or affection up until season 3. Fionna, on the other hand, is the complete opposite. She doesn't even want a boyfriend, and she actually gets to have her own feminist empowerment speech about it in her first appearance. Okay, compared to Marceline, Marshall Lee is definitely the lesser of two evils. I mean, he really doesn't do anything evil. He doesn't even trick Fionna into slavery like Marceline did with Finn. Marshall Lee, essentially, the worst thing he did throughout the show's run was scare Fionna. He didn't do anything beyond that. Marceline tricked Finn into slavery, and that episode ends with her still being an arrogant cunt. Where, on the other hand, Marshall Lee pranks Fionna to try and find out whether or not she likes him by making it look like he got hurt, and in response, she kicks his ass. There's definitely a double standard here, and it's not fair, and it's putting horrific ideas into the minds of kids everywhere. Adventure Time is the kind of show that pollutes the minds of children by throwing identity politics in it. And the truth is, I could make a better version of Adventure Time using the Fionna and Cake characters. I mean, I just have to rewrite it a little bit, make Marshall Lee the hero, Lumpy Space Prince would be his sidekick, Fionna would be the love interest, and Prince Gumball would be the rival character. Oh, and the Ice Queen would be the Aunt May style mother figure. But since I can't, it's good that Adventure Time is dead and rotting in hell. So that's all I have to say on the matter. Review over. Okay, KO. Generally speaking, I like this show. But it had a number of messed up episodes. And no, in this episode of Sexism in Movies and TV, I'm not going to be reviewing the one that you think. In this episode, I'm going to be reviewing the episode Mystery Science Fair 201X. Believe me, it has a lot of problems, and that actually goes beyond the fact that it's a piss-poor parody of Dexter's Lab. This episode is going to be much like the episode where I reviewed the Ollies Pack episode, Sister Save Me, where I give you a brief overview of the episode, and then I explain what's wrong with the episode and why it is wrong. The episode begins with KO and Dendy talking while playing with their POW card. The subject of shadowy figure comes up, i.e. the guy who unleashed TKO in that two-part special, and it is made clear to the audience that both shadowy figure and KO are not topics that KO wants to talk about. But that doesn't stop Dendy. And believe me, she does stuff without permission in other episodes too. Their teacher, Miss Quantum, comes in, very upset over the bad grades her class has been turning in, and announces Mystery Science Fair 201X. They set up a potential hero-villain rivalry between Dendy and Miss Quantum. Dendy reveals that the science project that her and KO are gonna work on is essentially going to be how to bring out TKO. KO makes it clear that he does not want to do this, but Dendy ignores all warnings because she thinks she knows everything. Dendy built a secret lab underneath the school because this is a Dexter's Lab parody. After putting KO through physical trauma and every torture her wicked little mind could think up, KO finally snaps when she accidentally ordered a pizza with olives on it and starts to turn into TKO. Then the little bitch decides to torture KO emotionally and psychologically by simulating that Gars gets burned to the ground and he could only save one person, but since he couldn't pick, they all died in the simulation. KO turns into TKO and rightfully calls Dendy out as the cunt that she is. TKO destroys Dendy's lab, and it's just when TKO is about to smash Dendy's last invention does it actually sink into her tiny skull what a cunt she's been. Dendy apologizes, and TKO turns back into KO. He falls, and she catches him. KO actually wants to try and find a way to control TKO's power. They get a new project for Science Fair 2-1 and then we get this egregious ending sequence that says the end with apologies to the crew of Dexter's Lab. Something that I don't believe in the slightest. The shit-brained clowns who wrote this episode clearly do not respect Dexter's Lab in the slightest. And I'm pretty sure they're really bitter towards that show because it's a Cartoon Network classic and was deemed good enough to be revived and given an actual ending. Something that OKKO is by no means worthy of. But I'll get to that later in the review. Okay, this is Grandy Tartakovsky, and since I know I butchered that, I'm going to be referring to him as GT throughout this review, okay? This man created Dexter's Lab, Samurai Jack, and the Adult Swim hit Primal. Now, I'm pretty sure this guy can take a joke, but if he, or say anyone else on Adult Swim, now, I'm probably gonna make a lot of enemies with what I'm about to say next. But hear me out. The idea of a gender-swapped Dexter's Lab would not only be an insult to the actual show, but, this parody that, OKKO did of Dexter's Lab, Johnny Test did it way better. Because the two episodes that went after Pokemon were at least watchable. I can actually see satisfaction over Teletoon essentially portraying Ash Ketchum as an egocentric jackass who's willing to break the rules to win. I cannot take pleasure in seeing KO essentially tortured in every way possible until he eventually snaps and becomes TKO and goes on a rampage. Okay, and another thing that makes this episode the abomination that it is Dendy's nerd girl way of thinking. I know that nerds hold school up as an unquestioned good, but in this episode, Dendy acts like getting a bad grade or not winning first prize at the science fair would be the worst thing ever. The girl from Harry Potter. She, in one of these crappy movies, actually said that being expelled would be worse than being killed by whoever was the bad guy in that movie. Now, we have an actual word for people who have that kind of way of thinking. That word is greedy. And truth be told, the kind of person who would willingly say that being expelled from school would be worse than dying are usually power hungry they crave authority at all costs, and they are the kind of people who use others to get what they want and would value money over human life. In other words, they're not the kind of people you would ever want to see make it past junior high. And they're definitely not the kind of people you'd want to see in positions of power. And that was Dendi for most of this episode. In all fairness, she used KO and tortured him for her own personal gain. Yes, I know she chose to catch him over saving some stupid machine, but that does not make any of the damage she did go away. In fact, she was actually let off the hook. And the truth is, a more fitting punishment for what Dendi did in this episode would have been for Miss Quantum to find out about this, tell the principal, and have Dendi expelled. Either that, or put Dendi in a VR simulation where that happens, and her life is essentially her ending up on the streets as a bum. Which actually begs the question, why is KO still friends with Dendi? You know, I know the purpose of this episode, but this was not the way to go about it. I mean, this episode would have had a better ending if, instead of seeing the science fair, we saw Dendi getting beaten up by a bully, and KO stands there and does nothing after he tells Dendi they're not friends anymore after what she put him through. And I know that the point of this episode was for KO to suddenly want to learn how to tap into TKO's powers and be able to control them, but this is not the kind of episode you'd use to do that. In fact, the episode TKO Rules kinda proves that everything Dendi was trying to accomplish in this episode was a bad idea. Bad idea that could have caused this to happen even earlier. I really gotta say, by episode, I really gotta say, a little over 2 minutes into this episode, and they were actually, we got this scene that actually hinted at a potential hero-villain rivalry between Dendi and Miss Quantum, which actually is a good idea. I mean, they could have Miss Quantum as kind of like Dendi's equivalent to Lord Boxman. And in the episode You're a Good Friend KO, Dendi proved that she was not completely useless out on in the field, and by extension would not be useless in a fight. Just have her fight Miss Quantum after school. And I can already hear the idiots in the comment section saying that they would never allow it, or this sort of thing would never fly on Western TV. Here's the thing, it flies in anime, And anime is kinda what OKKO is trying to be. And doing something like that would show you've got way more balls than getting political. Let's not be skeletons. And it really didn't help that the last speaking appearance for this character essentially has her breaking down and metaphorically sucking Dendy's dick. Essentially saying that she busts her ass trying to find a way to create a test that Dendy will fail, but she always seems to win because she's just so darn smart. Miss Quantum's final full appearance, where she was actually given a speaking role, was in the episode The Sobatical. And since this show was written by a freaking liberal jackass, there's no way he would have actually continued to portray this character in a negative light. Since she is a school teacher, and schools are no longer about education, they're about brainwashing kids and indoctrinating them into liberal agendas. Therefore, as a jackass liberal himself, Ian Jones-Cordy would never allow himself to portray school in a bad way. I mean, they actually say directly that Miss Quantum is a villain in this exact episode, but in her final speaking role, they actually portray her in a positive light. Which is it? I mean, this really makes no sense. You don't see the Joker fighting for law and order in any of the Batman comics. You don't see Frieza or the Ginyu Force protecting innocent people in any Dragon Ball sequels. And you never saw Skeletor fighting for the side of good in any of the old He-Man episodes. Now I'm going to ask one of the questions that I often ask in episodes of sexism in movies and TV. And that question is, what if the genders were reversed? What if it was a boy psychologically torturing a girl until she goes on a destructive rampage? What if it was a boy psychologically torturing a girl until she goes on a destructive rampage? Dexter's Lab parody or not, this just simply isn't funny. Watching an innocent child get psychologically tortured like this. I mean, tell me, I'm sure somewhere out there was some sick fuck who got some laughs out of this. But let me ask those same sickos, would you still be laughing if this ended with, oh, say, KO putting Dendy in a VR simulation to torture her psychologically? Like I said before, I mean, hypothetically, if KO did this to Dendy, and she ended up in a Groundhog Day style loop where she fails the science, comes in last in the science fair, gets expelled, and lives her life as a bum several times over till she goes insane. Would that be funny? Would you sick pieces of crap still be laughing? And you know how I just said that not only is Miss Quantum a villain, but she is actually stated to be a villain in universe in the episode? Well, here's the thing. That's exactly how Dendi was acting. She was acting way worse than Miss Quantum, who is a villain according to OKKO's canon. This episode, Dendi is essentially acting like Scarlet from Total Drama Island. You know, that episode where she lost her mind, tried to take over the island, and ended up getting shot out of a cannon? And in that episode of Total Drama Island, Scarlet was revealed to be evil, both to the audience and the characters, seen as evil by both anyone watching, either in the real world or in universe, and pretty much got what she deserved. In this OKKO episode, Dendi acts exactly like Scarlet, but gets off the hook. Dendi was definitely the villain of this episode. One of the worst things about this atrocity is the fact that this little kid's pain is literally being played for laughs, and I'm not looking too deeply or misinterpreting jack or fucking shit. This kid's pain is the set to this goddamn joke. Which brings me back to Dexter's Lab, the quality Cartoon Network show that this sack of crap is making fun of. You see, Dexter's Laboratory did have a villain. That would be Mandark, not Dee Dee. You see, Dee Dee was just annoying and stupid. A portrayal that would never fly today and was a really good staple of the 90s. You know, back when Cartoon Network had way better quality. That aside, my point is that Dexter never really did anything to deserve Dee Dee barging into his lab and smashing things as she saw fit. He just wanted to work in peace. And the last thing I want to talk about is GT himself, the creator of Dexter's Lab. He was amazing when he worked for Cartoon Network, and his talents even soared when he was promoted to Adult Swim. Now, I was wondering as to whether or not if this man made a parody of OKKO, you know, hypothetically in response to this video, how it would go over. In my opinion, they shit all over, I'd say 30% of his legacy. It would only be fair for GT to make an episode of Primal where, say, the main character would encounter time travelers from the future who would be parodies of the characters of OKKO and have, like, this massive joke in the episode where it's, oh, the cave people are smarter than the OKKO parodies. In my opinion, the way Mystery Science Fair 201X turned out, such a parody would be an act of justice. In closing, this episode was just an overglorified stack of shit. There was nothing redeeming about it, and that title card's a fucking lie. They are not sorry for what they did. I can't believe they would even imply that they're apologizing to the crew of a good show like Dexter's Lab after shitting out such a dud. They are not sorry at all. I guarantee you of that. In episode 151 of Dragon Ball, Chi-Chi praises Goku, saying that he's the best in the world. And when she's asked whether or not she wants to be a good wife to Goku, she says she wants to be the best wife in the whole world. And it takes her less than a year to fuck it up. In this episode of Sexism in Movies and TV, I'm going to be ripping apart the most hated character in the Dragon Ball franchise, Chi-Chi. And it is kind of weird that she's this hated because she's not written as a villain and isn't supposed to be one. If you're familiar with this show, you're probably aware that this is going to be a bitch monster segment. And this isn't really an opinion or something I'm pulling out of my ass. This is actually the opinion of a lot of people in the Dragon Ball community. And since Chi-Chi got next to no screen time in the original Dragon Ball up until the final season, I'm mostly going to be going over her appearances in Dragon Ball Z, GT, and most recently Dragon Ball Super. Now, with that out of the way, let's rip this bitch a new one. In Dragon Ball Z episode 150, Chi-Chi essentially does give Krillin the idea to fly out and get the remote control from Bulma to shut off the androids, which Krillin smashes, by the way. But when she does it, she talks to them like they're all a bunch of muscle-headed retards with no intelligence whatsoever. And it kind of shows deep down how very little she respects both Goku, his teacher, and his friends. And at one point in the Cell Games saga, I can't remember which episode, she actually has the goal to call the Z-Fighters a gang. Even though they were the ones who end up defeating Cell at the end, it's almost as if Chi-Chi's brain hears the word fight and is instantly linking it to stereotypical violence that rises up for no reason and is perpetrated by a mindless brute. She apparently also thinks the same thing when she hears the word training. Because, I mean, it's like she doesn't know how much of a threat guys like Cell, Super Boo, and Beerus were, or could have turned out to be, had Goku and Gohan not stuck to their training regimen. She comes off as an idiot who thinks good grades are everything, even at the cost of the planet. Thinking that if Gohan stayed at home studying, and Cell hypothetically kills Goku, then blows up the Earth, then somehow Gohan would still get a high-paying job, even though everyone on Earth was killed. And that is a high level of stupid. That is Peggy Hill level stupid, in fact. Now that we've covered lack of respect, why don't we cover a little bit of hypocrisy? Chi-Chi is apparently okay with Gohan taking time away from school to fight crime as the Great Saiyaman. He's apparently fine with that, but the idea of Gohan missing about a week of school to enter a tournament where he could win $10 million is apparently something she'd completely forbid. I mean, the hypocrisy is simple. Outside of the Z Fighters, no one at the tournament could give Gohan a run for his money. And, you know, tournament rules say that weapons are prohibited. When it comes to vigilantism, the vigilantes' foes are definitely going to be having weapons. I mean, they're fucking criminals, for crying out loud. Their main form of income comes from them breaking the law, which usually requires a gun, or a knife at least. I mean, Chi-Chi is so dumb that she apparently doesn't even see that Gohan has been given a golden opportunity, and she's willing to throw it away to lock him up in some dumbass high school. And this brings us to Dragon Ball Super. You know, the installment that, in a lot of opinions, including my own, was worse than Dragon Ball GT. You see, Goku and Vegeta were and always will be the MRAs of shonen anime. Or, in other words, they're the MRAs of anime heroes. This is the sequel where Chi-Chi insists that Goku gets a job. In fact, she wants him to take up farming. And I'm just gonna say it. This decision makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. Yamcha playing baseball actually would make sense because after years of training, the guy has superhuman levels of physical stamina and superhuman strength. So it would be easy for him to hit a home run without even breaking a sweat. Krillin being a cop makes sense. I mean, he'd have to fight bank robbers and Bulma, who ends up speeding, And like Yamcha, he's had years of training. These crooks wouldn't really be a match for him. He'd be the best cop on the force. And the idea of Tien running a dojo makes perfect sense. Like Krillin and Yamcha, he's a martial artist with years of training under his belt. Not to mention, out of the three of them, he has the highest number of techniques. So it makes perfect sense. For those three I just mentioned, it makes sense. But for Goku, this is where the safety net disappears. It makes no sense. In fact, the only way it could make sense, because Goku is never really shown a talent for growing plants. I mean, the only way this could make sense would be as if this was from an alternate reality where Goku was human and grew up with his parents who were farmers and never went on any quest for the Dragon Balls, trained, or even liked to get into fights. And Goku actually does make a good point when he says that Majin Buu was really strong. He could never have taken him down on his own, which is technically true. He had to use the Super Spirit Bomb powered by everyone on Earth to kill the final incarnation of Majin Buu. So he does have to get training, especially since Dragon Ball Super has a whole host of villains, even stronger than Majin Buu. And here's the thing. I mean, athlete, cop, martial arts instructor, if Chi-Chi wants Goku to actually have a job, it should be something like that. In all fairness, for Chi-Chi's character, this is where the safety net disappears. I mean, I know she was overprotective with Gohan and wanted him to be a scholar, even though we see that he has a job in this series, and they don't even tell us what that job is, because that would be the writers kind of admitting that Chi-Chi was essentially a complete buffoon in Dragon Ball Z, but that's a point I'm going to bring up later. Here, this is where Chi-Chi goes from stupid but well-meaning to a brain-dead, gold-digging whore. Okay, now I know I'm going to rattle a lot of cages when I say this, but this is kind of where all the money came from. Essentially from Hercule. In all fairness, although it was never said, it's kind of obvious that Hercule would do something like this to keep his reputation. I mean, keep Goku out of the Tenkaichi Budokai because Chi-Chi wants money by giving them money so Hercule doesn't get knocked out of the ring by Goku. In other words, Hercule is giving Goku the money to keep him from entering the World Tournament, making it to the finals, defeating him for the prize money just to shut Chi-Chi up. And, afterwards, if that had happened, Hercule's reputation would be in the toilet. So, it's kind of obvious he's the one who's been paying for the lifestyle of Goku and his family. And it would make even more sense because Goku goes off to train a lot in Dragon Ball Super. In fact, he goes off to train for so long that if Goku actually had a job and was bringing in income, well, with the amount of time he took off to train, then Goku's family would be broke at this point. I mean, they would have lost the house, Goten wouldn't be able to afford school, and Goku would have come back from the Tournament of Power to see Chi-Chi living on the streets and wearing rags. And now that you mention it, I mean, in all fairness, Goku knows nothing about radishes or farming. I mean, he hunted as a kid, but apparently that's not good enough for Chi-Chi when it comes to bringing home the bacon. And like I said before, the three potential career paths are better suited for Goku, and not to mention the idea of Goku knocking Mr. Satan off his throne would also be a better path for Goku, and it would be quite moral, as Mr. Satan only got where he is by taking the credit that rightfully belongs to both Goku and Gohan. And then there was the time that this idiot screwed her own family over buying stuff for Pan, who had just been born. Even though Gohan has a job, Chi-Chi had to play grandma and buy Pan a whole lot of stuff. And when I say a lot of stuff, I mean she blew all of the money that Hercule had given to Goku, Chi-Chi, and Goten. So in all fairness, Goku should have just told her if she wants money, she should get off her lazy ass and get a job. Dragon Ball Super Episode 17 is essentially where Chi-Chi's character died for the bulk of the fans. But in reality, her character died when this series started. When she decided that she was going to control Pan the way she controlled Gohan and Goten, and the way she thinks she controls Goku. Because in this episode, he basically just leaves to train with Whis and Vegeta. Now, the show tried to present Chi-Chi as someone who doesn't really know how the world works, but if you actually watch the show and you are a hardcore Dragon Ball fan, Chi-Chi is actually a person who doesn't seem to know how reality works. I mean, not only that, but she acts like a little, well, okay, best metaphor. She acts like a little girl playing dolls. Like, deep inside her head, she's still a little girl, and everyone around her are her dolls. I'm pretty sure she intended to marry a farmer and essentially control the house like a spoiled princess. Played that scenario every day with dolls in her dollhouse, and that's why she is the way that she is. So, in all fairness, It is actually something that gets worse the more that you think about it. I mean, if Chi-Chi got her way, Frieza would have ended up destroying planet Earth before Season 3 of Dragon Ball Super even arose. And yes, I'm just gonna say it. Chi-Chi would be willing to throw the entire universe into the crapper and flush it just to live out her dumbass fantasy. And with the whole doll metaphor, it not only makes it sound like Chi-Chi both acts and thinks exactly like Sarah from Ed, Edd n Eddy, but in all fairness, that is exactly how she's acting. Like a spoiled brat who's allowed to get away with murder and is never disciplined. The kind of spoiled brat who would let the end of the world happen just so she can continue getting her way. This is not the kind of character you want to see succeed. This is the kind of character you want to see get locked up in the closet and then forgotten about. And when I say locked in the closet and forgotten about, I actually meant to say locked in the attic and forgotten about. If anything, that's how the Universal Survival Saga should have happened. Goku should have just locked Chi-Chi in the attic and actually not lied. He should have been honest with everyone on the team except for Frieza, as he left Chi-Chi locked up in the attic for a course of 5 years until we get to the final storyline of Dragon Ball Z. Which brings me to my next point. And that's the fact that Chi-Chi is actually a massive hypocrite when it comes to martial arts. The thing is, not only did she know martial arts, but she fought Goku at the World Tournament, which is where he proposed to her. And it was only because if he said no, the crowd might have booed him. I don't really remember it that well. That may not have been the specifics of what happened in that episode. But here's the thing. Chi-Chi didn't want Gohan training. The only reason he learned to fight was because Piccolo kidnapped him after Goku sacrificed himself against Raditz. She suddenly doesn't want Goten training in Dragon Ball Super because, as we've established, Chi-Chi is kind of, committed to living out this deranged fantasy that she's played with her dolls every day as a child, even if it means the end of the world. I mean, she's against her sons and granddaughter training. At this point, it kind of comes off as if, in a weird way, it's like she's taking a dump on her heritage. And to be honest, it's, in a weird way, she also kind of takes a dump on Goku's heritage as well. And yes, I know that in Japan, delinquents bleach their hair just to piss their parents off and Chi-Chi hates the Super Saiyan transformation because of how it makes Goku, Gohan, and Goten look in physical appearance. But in all fairness, you might want to leave that out of foreign dubs, because it makes it sound like Chi-Chi just hates Saiyans in general, and Super Saiyan, Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, these forms have actually saved the universe on, I'd say a yearly basis. And when you look at parts of the timeline like the Babidi Saga, this form saved the world from multiple threats in 1 year. So it kind of destroys Chi-Chi's argument and makes her look like a brain-dead bitch who's just a racist and hates Saiyans. Okay, now it's time for a good old-fashioned metaphor. White girl dates a Hispanic boy who is Mexican and also likes playing tabletop RPGs. This woman was raised on the stereotype that all Mexicans are thugs and that all role-playing games are satanic. So she demands that he cut it out and give up playing D&D, which he does for around 5 years, but then she finds out that her husband is Mexican and basically throws a fit. She demands that he permanently give up playing D&D and any other form of tabletop game, forbids him to have any association with any of his old friends, especially the single ones, and makes him get a job at her father's restaurant despite not knowing how to cook, which her dad is secretly okay with him leaving. Replace the racist white woman with Chi-Chi, the Hispanic Mexican with Goku, and role-playing games or any tabletop game with martial arts, and you will instantly see how dysfunctional Goku and Chi-Chi's relationship is, along with seeing that Chi-Chi is almost a racist. And that her way of thinking is 100% toxic. And Chi-Chi is also a hypocrite in other ways. When she tries to plan out Pan's entire life in Dragon Ball Super Episode 17, she does it with a very feminist stance and feminist point of view. And it just makes me think, yeah, feminists hate housewives and are always berating women like the mother from Father Knows Best. And Chi-Chi is a lot like this woman. And it's clear that her resentment towards the idea of Pan knowing martial arts is yet another metaphorical dump on her own heritage. Because, as we established, Chi-Chi is an idiot. It's very odd that Chi-Chi would take this feminist viewpoint, almost implying that it was okay for her to live life like this, but not her granddaughter. I'm just saying, yeah, she clearly views Goku and Hercule as being a corrosive poison, and that is disrespectful in a lot of ways. In all fairness, the house she lives in, obviously Goku built it. She did not buy it. And the truth is, if Goku divorced this bitch, her life would turn to shit, and I will touch on that later. But for now, Chi-Chi has become so toxic that not only is she saying that Goku's lifestyle is toxic, but she's saying that her own lifestyle is toxic. Just because she wasn't allowed to cling on to this deranged fantasy. She's a grown woman, not a little girl. And therefore, she's too old to expect her reality to be like the inside of her old dollhouse. Now I'm going to move on to how she treats Goku. I mean, even in Season 1 of Dragon Ball Z, she basically implied that Goku was a bum. She yells at him non-stop. At no point does she ever show him any kind of success whatsoever, and basically yells at him, saying that if Gohan takes so much as a minute off from his studies, then he'll turn out just like Goku, which she keeps going on and on about, and actually labels it a bad thing. This is not the kind of wife you want to provide for. This is the kind of bitch that you want to see living on the streets as a homeless person. In Dragon Ball Super, Episode 16, Goku he admits to Krillin that he tried to talk some sense into Chi-Chi about how Saiyans aren't exactly the day job type. They're warriors. And that Pan would have Saiyan blood. But Chi-Chi is not going to listen. I mean, it's bad enough that she held Gohan back and threw his potential out the window. Now she's doing the same thing to Goten, is trying to suppress Goku's potential, and she doesn't want Pan to have any at all. Not to mention the fact that she's potentially putting the world at risk in this episode. Just imagine what would have happened if Beerus appeared and the Super Saiyan God lost to him a second time. He'd most likely blow up the Earth. Because Chi-Chi doesn't like martial arts. I mean, she is so dead set on living this deranged fantasy that she would allow the God of Destruction to blow up the world and take countless lives just so she can live the way that she did when she was playing dolls as a 3-year-old. And this problem even goes back to Episode 7 of Dragon Ball Z, No Time Like the Present. She actually thought that Goku and his friends were trying to teach Gohan martial arts. Pretty much, if Gohan wanted to learn how to fight, there would have been nothing wrong with that. But in this case, it was Piccolo, not Goku, who was dead at the time. Something of which her father is supportive of. And this is kind of an insight of how little respect she has for Goku. And Master Roshi, and even her own father. She actually thinks that Goku is so dumb that he would throw Gohan into the ocean before Gohan would actually know how to swim. She also thinks that Goku is this heartless bastard who would leave their son on a deserted island, as well as a deserted island where Gohan gets bitten by a poisonous snake. This really shows how extremely little she thinks of Goku. And in the next episode, Gohan Goes Bananas, Chi-Chi kinda loses it when she goes to Master Roshi's island to pick Goku and Gohan up, and actually says that if Gohan doesn't study, he will become a homeless bum. Okay, Goku didn't do any of these things, and he's actually, by the end of Z, at that point in the timeline, far more successful than Gohan could ever be. She talks about Goku and his friends like they're a bunch of criminals, which kind of begs the question, why did she even agree to marry him? By the Piccolo Jr. saga, he had already forgotten she existed. She could have just gone on with her life, and nothing would have changed. If anything, every one of these complaints is Chi-Chi's fault. But knowing this bitch, she would not take any responsibility. She's the kind of woman who demands respect, but under no circumstances knows how to give respect to others. She expects them to not only show her respect, but do whatever she says, like her little dolls, but she doesn't show them one bit of respect. She deserves to be treated in this manner. Okay, now, since I already got through how much of a bitch Chi-Chi was towards Goku, I'm going to essentially go over how she brainwashed Gohan. In Dragon Ball Z episode 118, Frieza's counterattack, Gohan, although he's been studying for a little over a year, non-stop, she hires a tutor because apparently Gohan was not meeting her insane expectations. And this image is the first we see of the guy. He's carrying a whip, which he does use on Gohan, essentially treating him like an animal while bad-mouthing Goku. I mean, I know Chi-Chi would be okay with this guy bad-mouthing Goku, but I know she's not okay with this jackass nerd whipping her son. And why would she even hire the guy and not kick him out the minute he arrived? I mean, he's holding the whip in hand. Is she so stupid and deranged that she does not see the whip and is completely distracted that this guy's a tutor? I mean, if a man comes to tutor your child and he has a whip with him, I'm pretty sure he's not the kind of tutor that any parent would want their child to have. And Chi-Chi, being the sack of crap that she is, basically throws this act of where she possibly could have gone wrong when in front of this guy, reinforcing the idea that Goku is basically a deadbeat who left his family. I mean, a lot of retards on the internet, mainly YouTube, basically say that Goku's a bad father. In this case, Chi-Chi is a terrible mother. If social services were around in the world of Dragon Ball, he'd be taken as far away from her as possible. I mean, this guy, we actually see him whip Gohan with a dog whip, like he's some kind of an animal. It's not played for humor. He's doing this to a 7-year-old. This is the kind of man that the Dragon Ball world would allow to be a tutor for a little kid. And the only reason he started whipping Gohan is because Gohan actually got 2 questions wrong and said that failure is actually an opportunity to learn from your mistakes. In all fairness, in a decently written series, yeah, Gohan caught the whip after his nightmare, but this would be the part where Gohan breaks Mr. Shu in half. This was the man who whipped him for making a comment that he labeled as backtalk. Mr. Shu is the kind of nerd who deserves to get his ass kicked by a bunch of buff alpha males on a regular basis. And I'm pretty sure the only reason Chi-Chi, hired him is because he's as crazy as she is. Not to mention the fact that she's okay with him bad-mouthing Goku, but not bad-mouthing Gohan. Because, even though outside the tournament, Gohan has pretty much done every single thing Goku ever did in the past. Well, okay, outside going Super Saiyan, but he will eventually do both of those things in the future. And when I say that Chi-Chi brainwashed Gohan, I mean that in the most literal sense. She actually has a device that she puts on him in his sleep to essentially cram his head with all the stuff in those books, and most likely other things, to essentially force Gohan to conform into acting the way she wants to, i.e., making him be another one of her dolls. Oddly enough, it's made by Capsule Corp. You honestly think Bulma could find a solution for this problem since she built the machine? Well, since her family's company built the machine, and maybe build one for Chi-Chi to make her less of a sack of crap, but I digress. Oh, and there is the odd question that if Chi-Chi is willing to try and brainwash Gohan, I can't believe she didn't try to brainwash Goku as well. I guess the fact that Goku's away all the time, either training or being dead, it plays a part into it, but yeah. And in Dragon Ball Z, The World's Strongest, we actually find out that Gohan secretly fantasizes about ditching the schoolwork and the studying and becoming a martial artist in his dreams. Or at least that one dream sequence that was also a musical number. And okay, now I'm going to tackle the really big argument that for some reason every moron in the Dragon Ball fandom has been going on and on about. The fact that Chi-Chi held Gohan back. No, it is true. She held him back. I mean, Gohan wanted to be a scholar at the beginning because Chi-Chi brainwashed him into it and did not give him a choice. We actually do see Gohan's day job in Dragon Ball Super. But here's the thing. They never tell us what it is. And the thing about that is, I'm pretty sure the writers already heard this criticism online, and that's why they don't say what his job is. I mean, it doesn't matter how high up in the company he is in Season 2 of Dragon Ball Super, because there is always someone above him, the CEO. Someone who could fire Gohan or demote him to a very low-level position within the company on a whim. And for all we know, Gohan's job could very well be Donut Boy. Just some guy who delivers them their snacks. Where on the other hand, if Gohan started entering all these different tournaments, he'd have more money than almost anyone in the series. He'd be the second richest character on the show outside of the Briefs family. In the two-parter where a studio was making a Great Saiyaman movie, Gohan actually gets slightly offended when Jocko refers to him as Goku's underachieving son. And I'm thinking, no, that's fully accurate. Gohan is an underachiever compared to his dad. His dad can actually go Super Saiyan God, and achieve a level beyond that. Well, on the other hand, Gohan in this series has been so useless that in the saga that this takes place in, he doesn't even fight. In the saga before that, he didn't fight either. In the saga before that, he couldn't even go beyond Super Saiyan, and Piccolo had to take a fatal blow to keep Gohan alive. So yeah, Jocko's words may hurt, but they're more than accurate. You know, it's hard to believe Gohan didn't grow up as a troubled kid, because as we were shown in The World's Strongest, Gohan actually does have somewhat of a desire to ditch the books and train with Piccolo. Something that he was able to do non-stop for 3 whole years, right after his idiot mom hired this asshole to tutor him, and this insane buffoon, who's as dumb as Chi-Chi is, saw fit to whip Gohan. He's literally whipping a 7-year-old with no remorse whatsoever. Literally thinking that he's doing something good by essentially committing child abuse. Just take a look at the pissed off look on Gohan's face. He wants to kick this guy's ass so badly. And in all fairness, if Dragon Ball Z was a little bit more realistic, this would be Gohan's breaking point. This would be the point where, after bringing his dad back, he would agree to train, but completely refuse to study. Piccolo may have been hard on him, but he was eventually kind to him. Mr. Shu, on the other hand, basically pulls out the whip the minute Gohan makes a mistake on one of his tests. And actually says that making a mistake is actually an opportunity to learn something, which is true. And I know they say that Gohan didn't like fighting, but the minute he reached a new level of Super Saiyan, he was very happy to kick Cell's ass. And the fact that he wants to train with Piccolo, as seen in the dream sequence, means that he must like it to an extent. And he did get that pep talk from 16, but that was more or less just to get him to this level of power. And it was essentially Goku's plan for the fight to play out this way. And morally speaking, Gohan should ditch the books and enter the World Tournament and knock Mr. Satan off his high horse. Because he got rich and famous for taking credit for a battle that Gohan won. Which brings me to the obvious. Chi-Chi goes on and on about how smart Gohan is. But with this great Saiyaman thing, he was blackmailed twice. Well, actually 3 times. Once was a misunderstanding. The second time was to force him to enter the tournament. And the third time was in Dragon Ball Super. Logic dictates that if Gohan is getting blackmailed this easily, he's not as smart as Chi-Chi thinks he is. And Super I'm sure the writers made that apparent by not saying what he does for a living, or what his position is. Because they've heard these arguments, I'm sure, and it would basically prove the fan base, who thinks Chi-Chi's an idiot, 100% right. If anything, the only reason why Gohan went back to studying in the 7 years after the defeat of Cell was just to shut his mother up. But if Dragon Ball Z was a bit more realistic, Gohan would have matured and would have stuck to his training. And when his mother started screaming like a lunatic, Gohan would have just left. He could have just stayed at the lookout for 7 years, training. And in the Majin Buu saga, Buu wouldn't have been revived. Well, Buu might not have been revived, but I'm pretty sure they would have revived Goku for Battle of Gods. And I understand the whole Gohan doesn't wanna hurt people, but if he's as smart as Chi-Chi is always saying he is, then I'm pretty sure Gohan could invent his own fighting style that he could use to enter the world tournament that would involve him winning with a ring out and not needing to inflict any damage on his opponent. Just fling him out of the ring. I mean, it's just that simple. Grab the opponent, pick the opponent up, throw the opponent out of the ring, or force them out of the ring. It's very simple. The fact that Gohan didn't come up with this strategy and use it in a tournament to get back at Mr. Satan kinda makes Gohan out to be really stupid and makes Chi-Chi look like a nearly retarded bad mother. Not to mention the fact that it makes Android 16's sacrifice in the Cell Game saga look like a completely pointless waste of time and effort. I mean, that was the event that gave Gohan the power to beat Cell. In all fairness, I'm just gonna say it. Gohan should have come to the epiphany of the balance between studying and training after killing Cell. And if Chi-Chi disapproved, then Gohan just should have left, moved to Kami's Lookout. If they ever needed money, him and Piccolo could enter the world tournament, do this for 7 years, and wait for Babidi to show up. The fact that this didn't happen kinda makes it look like Gohan is by no means as smart as Chi-Chi makes him out to be, as the prize money for the world tournament that we see in the Babidi saga was at least, well, I don't remember it, but it was at least $100 million. I mean, they don't tell us how much Gohan makes, or even what he does in Super, because the writers, I'm sure they saw this critique or ones like it on the internet, and they knew that's why they could not bring up what Gohan does for a living or how much he makes. And here's the thing. Gohan not getting this mindset until Dragon Ball Super actually portrays him as being as greedy and money obsessed as his retarded mother. And right before I get on to my next point about Gohan's brother Goten, I'm just going to throw in the fact that Gohan was told what happened to his counterpart in the future timeline. Him not using this as leverage to let Chi-Chi, or in this case force her to let him train, actually makes Gohan himself, you know, the one who studies and is a bookworm, not telling her this makes him look like a complete bozo. Okay, I already now went over all the things Chi-Chi did to screw over Gohan. Now let's see all the things she did to screw over Goten. As of Dragon Ball Super, she demanded that Goten study non-stop and wouldn't allow him to go outside and play anymore. During the Tournament of Power, Goten wanted to ditch the books and train with Goku. The only reason he had the balls to say it was because, unlike Gohan, Goten was actually given a choice and was allowed to experience freedom. And if Chi-Chi, the terrible mother that she is, actually let Goten train with his father and Vegeta on Beerus's homeworld, he most likely would have unlocked Super Saiyan God and would have gotten strong enough to defeat Trunks, Majin Buu, and everyone else who was left in the World Tournament right after Goku left with Oob, and would have been able to pull the same stunt that Android 18 pulled in the Babidi Saga, instead of getting his butt kicked by his own niece. Okay, and as much as this is going to rattle a lot of people's cages, it's time that I kind of address the ending of Dragon Ball Z as well as Dragon Ball GT, which is canon. Oh, and for all those buffoons who go on and on saying, oh, it wasn't in the manga, there was a Dragon Ball GT manga printed. And guess what? Like the Dragon Ball Super manga, it came out after the release of the anime. GT is canon. Get over it. And in Dragon Ball GT, it's actually established that Goku does not have a job and never did. And for all you idiots who still don't think Dragon Ball GT is canon, it did get its own manga, and I could use the existence of these two movies to essentially make the argument that nothing that we saw in Dragon Ball Super is canon. Hell, there was even a fan theory on Reddit that said Dragon Ball Super is not canon and nothing in it is canon to the franchise. Oh, and on the topic of the manga, we never actually see Frieza get resurrected and invade Earth in the manga. It's only alluded to on a couple of pages. So, for all we know, Resurrection F probably happened the way it did in the last Dragon Ball Z movie. Okay, and now I want to talk about Chi-Chi's character development. From what we see of her in the end of Dragon Ball Z and in GT, she clearly has calmed down and slightly matured. But here's the thing. It's kind of obvious that she did go through character development, but it all happened off screen. After everything Goku had to go through, scamming his wife into thinking that he had a job and was playing along with her deranged fantasies, we never got to see Chi-Chi get the character development and realize that she's been acting like a child and a spoiled brat for, I have to say, over a decade. Dragon Ball Super could have easily done this, and it would have been a moment that actually shines. since Dragon Ball Z is a shonen anime, and therefore its target demographic is men and boys. Men and boys don't really like the way Chi-Chi acts. So if we actually saw the catalyst for her character development, it would be great. It would be a hit. It would be very successful. But the idiots who were writing it, they chose to ignore it. And then there's the fact that Goku should have taught Chi-Chi a lesson. And I mean something more than, "Oh, sorry honey, I was just faking it and pretending to have a job." And also being turned into a little kid in GT wouldn't count either, 'cause Goku didn't plan that one. That was all Pilaf's doing. And when I say Goku should have taught Chi-Chi a lesson, I'm referring to the fact that divorce is actually Goku's weapon. I mean, Chi-Chi could not land herself a new husband, and she'd probably end up going 100% broke without, the money that was obviously coming from Hercule, because he was giving it to Goku. All Goku would have to do is threaten to divorce her, leave, tell her he's going to Kame House to talk to both Master Roshi and Yamcha, two men known for being notorious pervs, to ask them if they can help him find a divorce lawyer, and I'm pretty sure Chi-Chi would essentially bend the knee after 24 hours and Goku has not come back. I mean, if anything, that's probably how they would have done it, but unfortunately we don't get to see that, 'cause it's the morons who were writing Dragon Ball Super after all. And while I'm on this topic, might as well throw Marin in, because Chi-Chi hates her, to the extent where she was almost willing to beat her up the first time they met. I mean, when Chi-Chi actually does show up, or at least shows up to yell at Goku, I mean, Goku could just trick Marin into showing up at Kame House to basically throw the scare into Chi-Chi's head that Goku would leave her for Marin by seeing Marin flirt with Goku, seeing that and knowing that since her dad had been supporting them for all these years, and knowing how much money Marin will blow through in a week, Chi-Chi would actually end up bending the knee a lot faster, in the sense that this event would make it clear that Goku can easily find a new wife. She cannot, and that's assuming that she doesn't end up with custody of Goten, because that also scares men away. Single mothers, not really good when it comes to dating, because that scares men away. Have them interact and make it obvious that Goku's not going to let Chi-Chi beat up Marin. Have an interaction between Marin and Goten where she really likes him. And yeah, Chi-Chi will break down and bend the knee on the spot. Because after over a decade of acting like an immature brat and expecting Goku to play along with her deranged fantasies. I mean, like he's a doll in her dollhouse. Chi-Chi would then complete her character arc and realize that Goku can do better than her. She'll break down instantly and promise that everything will go back to normal. Goku will reveal that he was just pretending to have a job, and then Chi-Chi will promise that everything will go back to the way it was before, and she will be okay with getting money from Hercule in exchange for Goku not humiliating him at the World Tournament. At one point, either in the anime or the manga, Chi-Chi is compared to Launch. Here's the thing. Launch's blonde form was meant to be unlikable. She was meant to be a psycho bitch who would have to learn to care about others. Kind of mirroring how Chi-Chi, in this case, might have to learn that Goku is not human, he's an alien, and an alien species that has needs outside of what she was trying to become. But here's the thing. Blonde Launch, like I said, she was meant to be hated. I mean, Chi-Chi is just an idiot. She doesn't really understand how reality works, and is the kind of character who would have to go through a character arc, at least until the end of Z, which is the only character arc in the franchise that we don't see. And if you remember this episode in Dragon Ball Super, where Chi-Chi goes from being conservative to liberal, yeah, it kind of gives off the implication that if she had any influence on Pan, that this girl would end up definitely becoming the new Launch. I mean, Chi-Chi would have nailed it into Pan's head that money is everything, and it would be impossible to think with grandfathers like Goku and Hercule, and a grandfather who has a rival like Vegeta, that she would never find out about the Saiyan's true potential, and like Launch, would eventually turn to a life of crime, essentially harming whoever she can to get that money. The money that her idiot grandmother told her was so incredibly precious to her future. Well, she wouldn't have directly said it, but hinted at it, as in, studying leads to a good job, which leads to being financially stable. Pan probably would have put two and two together, that since she's a quarter Saiyan, has amazing fighting prowess, she wouldn't need to go through the boring studying or have a job other than being a thief. She could just take what she wants. No one on the police force would be strong enough to stop her. And she most likely would have been brought down by one of the Z fighters. And that's why I draw this Chi-Chi to Launch comparison. I mean, Goku's influence on Pan is fine. Chi-Chi's influence on Pan could have easily turned her into a criminal. But here's the thing. Blonde Launch, like I said, she was meant to be hated. I mean, Chi-Chi is just an idiot. She doesn't really understand how reality works, and is the kind of character who would have to go through a character arc, at least until the end of Z, which is the only character arc in the franchise that we don't see. Say what you will about Blonde Launch, she didn't have any negative influence on Gohan, Goten, or Pan. She didn't even have a bad influence. Well, she didn't even affect Goku's life negatively. I know a lot of people online say that Goku should have married Launch. Well, some people do. Some people on this site have put up what-if scenarios about that. And I definitely see where they're coming from. Launch is definitely better than Chi-Chi. And Toriyama should have never dropped her from the series. She, in a sense, is kind of a better version of Chi-Chi when you think about it. The blonde version. With the good blue-haired Launch essentially being everything Chi-Chi expected to become, and everything she hypocritically thinks that she is. It's kind of too bad that Toriyama dropped this character, because she would have been a way better influence on Gohan, Goten, and Pan, as well as having being a better presence in Goku's life than Chi-Chi could ever have done or could ever be. And now I want to focus this to the topic, well, of Goku and whether or not he's a good father. Actually, Goku is not irresponsible or a bad father, the way a lot of the idiots on the internet think he is. In Dragon Ball Z Dead Zone, the minute Goku found out that Garlic Jr. and his thugs had kidnapped Gohan, he instantly flies there on the Nimbus Cloud, defeats two really strong fighters, and then he fought their boss, who was over twice as strong as he was at the time, thus risking his own life to save the life of his son, even if it was his son who ended up saving the day in the first place. Not Chi-Chi. She got her butt kicked, and Gohan got kidnapped. And in a way, this is also another point about how Chi-Chi is a bad mother for not letting Gohan train, because you never know. If she did, there's a chance that this scenario actually might have been avoided. And despite all her talk of Goku being a brainless thug, he actually was the one to think of using the Dragon Radar to find Gohan. If they had done this Chi-Chi's way, they would have never gotten him back. In Dragon Ball Z Episode 3, after Gohan was kidnapped by Raditz, Goku instantly got up, more than ready to fight, even willing to team up with Piccolo, who did not go through his redemption arc yet, to do so. I mean, for all Goku knew, this whole thing was probably a trap, and Piccolo could have easily ended up switching sides, and him and Raditz would have ended up killing him. And this was after Raditz took Goku down with one hit. In the 5th episode, this fight comes to a climax when Goku sacrifices himself, essentially to kill Raditz. And that was right before Raditz was about to kill Gohan. So I'm pretty sure this makes Goku a pretty good dad. I mean, if Goku did what Chi-Chi assumed he would do, Gohan would most likely be dead at this point. Now I'm gonna rattle off some points where Goku was away and therefore couldn't be with his family, because that's one of the biggest criticisms that this man is hit with. Starting with his first death at the hands of Raditz. Now, if Goku didn't sacrifice himself, Raditz not only would have killed Gohan, but he would have killed everyone on Earth. And if he was somehow stopped, Nappa and Vegeta would have been the ones to show up and cause the apocalypse. Goku decided to stay behind on planet Namek in order to fight Frieza, because he wanted to make sure that Frieza was properly defeated. After Namek's explosion, Goku spent a year and a half training on Yardrat, which is important because if Goku didn't learn the instant transmission, Cell would have eventually vaporized the planet. You see, Goku has a very Saiyan way of parenting. He knew that this is kind of what it would come down to, and that he would have to martyr himself. He also discovered that Gohan was the only one who would be able to kill Cell, so he trained him to do so in the hyperbolic time chamber. Thus, he kind of saved Gohan's life by allowing him to get to the level he did during the final Kamehameha clash with Cell. And Goku's decision to stay dead actually was a good one. If Goku let his friends and family revive him, there's a chance he wouldn't have learned Super Saiyan 3, and fusion definitely would have been out of the question, meaning that either Majin Buu or Broly would have ended up destroying the planet. And Goku's decision to train under Whis actually solved a lot of problems and saved the Earth several times. One, it prevented Beerus from returning and blowing the planet up. Two, it gave Goku the power he needed to defeat the resurrected Frieza. Three, it helped fight off Goku Black and Zamasu. Four, this training essentially was what allowed Goku to last as long against Jiren as he did in the Tournament of Power. And 5, if Goku and Vegeta didn't train under Whis and attain Super Saiyan Blue, they just would have been killed by Broly if they somehow managed to get to the events of Dragon Ball Super Broly without using Super Saiyan God. To put it bluntly, Goku is a very good father. Chi-Chi is actually the bad parent here, as her stupidity would have... I mean, if any of these guys listened to her, Earth would have been vaporized in Dragon Ball Z's very first season. And in all fairness, Toriyama should have just wrote Chi-Chi to smile, nod, and cook meals. That might be considered a little bit sexist, but that would have made Chi-Chi a way better character than she actually is. This woman is like the buffoon in your typical superhero parody, who applies real-world logic to whatever comic book type scenario that the main characters are facing. Chi-Chi is the woman who would probably call the cops if she saw a horde of black lanterns ripping up her neighborhood. It's not going to do any good. If anything, it'll just add to the Black Lantern's numbers. Or expect Goku to get a job while Doomsday was tearing up the planet. If anything, I could see Chi-Chi trying to get Goku to get a job in the same city that Doomsday was currently ripping apart. That's how stupid she is. She's like something straight out of the Powerpuff Girls. Or the Tick. Now, you're probably thinking that I'm going a little overboard on Chi-Chi here. But here's something that I usually bring up on this show, and that's, what if the genders were reversed? I mean, after all, there have been several lunatic feminists on the internet talking about how horrible Dragon Ball Z is and how it's filled with toxic masculinity. And that one idiot who said that Goku shouldn't even be on Earth, she created that fan theory before fan theories actually existed, or in this case were mainstream. And Toriyama did prove her wrong by saying the version of Earth in Champa's universe didn't have a version of Goku and was essentially destroyed by war, i.e. the Red Ribbon Army. But I wonder how people would react to a Rule 63 Dragon Ball, or something akin to a Rule 63 Dragon Ball. Let's say that there's a show that is almost a gender-swapped Dragon Ball about a heroine with only one weakness. Her husband knows what that weakness is, but after over a decade of his wife going on adventures, he kind of gets pissed off that she never has time to cook or clean, even though he's been providing money for them. let's say the love interest was actually raised on not only every sitcom after 1987, but Leave It to Beaver and Father Knows Best as well. And one day, his wife's heroism eventually causes him to snap, and he basically breaks out her one and only weakness and demands that if she doesn't start cooking and cleaning, that he's going to use it to torture her, because he has a very successful job and had been bringing home the bacon for years, and she has essentially done nothing of use ever. So she actually has to pretend that she's, going to cook his meal, essentially making her a more heroic version of Peggy Bundy. Actually going so far as to make her ditch her traditional combat outfit and wear a dress, apron, and heel. I guarantee you that if anyone made a show like that, Twitter would lose its goddamn mind. Not only would everyone on the platform go absolutely batshit crazy, but they wouldn't stick to Twitter. They would literally form a lynch mob and go after whoever wrote the latest season of this hypothetical show and personally lynch them one at a time. And if the hypothetical portrayal that I just described to you is unacceptable, then the way Chi-Chi treats Goku is even worse. Now, it's no secret that Akira Toriyama wanted to end Dragon Ball at Z. And there's a chance, most likely subconsciously, that Toriyama destroyed Chi-Chi's character and made her a massive bitch on purpose, but completely subconsciously, in hopes that her terrible behavior would be enough to drive the fans away, and he could work on something else. I'm not saying that's the case, but there is always a chance that Toriyama subconsciously wanted the series to fail so he could work on something else and put Goku and Chi-Chi in a toxic relationship to make it happen. Okay, like I said in episode 54 of Sexism in Movies and TV, when I got to the season finale of season 5, I was essentially going to review / tear apart the work of this man, Matt Groening. For anyone who has been living under a rock for the past 52 years, this is the man who is not only responsible for creating The Simpsons, but Futurama, and worst and most egregious of them all, Disenchantment. Because of the success of The Simpsons, This man popularized the dumbass dad trope. You see, every sitcom made after 1990, or at least almost every sitcom made after 1990, kind of wanted to capitalize on the success of The Simpsons by essentially making the father a worthless idiot and making the mother basically a responsible person, but she's completely stressed out because of her bratty kids and her buffoonish husband's antics. In The Simpsons' 20th anniversary documentary, Matt here actually said that he based the characters, i.e. the main family of The Simpsons, off of his own family. So to an extent, this is how he sees his relatives. And I'm pretty sure he does not have a very high opinion of men. And in this episode, I'm going to be reviewing 3 things that Matt Groening did. And when I say 3 things, it's basically going to be 3 shows he did while I'm certain that he was working on them. 1 episode of The Simpsons, 1 episode of Futurama, and, well, Disenchantment is more or less going to be some character studies. So when it comes to The Simpsons, I'm not doing anything that goes past season 8, and I'm not covering that stupid comic strip he made. You know, the one that he only created The Simpsons to keep the rights to. The one that if it wasn't for The Simpsons, no one in the modern day would even know existed, because it wasn't funny and it was just an over-glorified piece of liberal bullshit. So anyways, let's start this review with the mini review of Bart Gets Hit by a Car. In this episode, Mr. Burns accidentally hits Bart with his car. And in the hospital, right after Bart woke up, Homer got the card of a lawyer who would win their case at all costs. Lisa calls him a shyster. And Marge, the terrible mother that she is, tells Lionel Hutz to leave. Mr. Burns offers to give Homer Simpson only $100 in compensation, but since Homer's so spineless, he begs for more. Mr. Burns basically takes the check back when he heard that, and called it extortion. So the Simpsons recruit Lionel Hutz in a trial that Homer would definitely win, even though both sides were cheating. But Mr. Burns won the trial by spying on Homer, which is actually taking it a step forward. Not only cheating, but breaking the law. Yes, I will admit that both sides were cheating, but Mr. Burns deserved to lose almost everything the minute he spied on Homer and Marge in order to get dirt on them to use against them in court. And might I add, this was after he invited them to his mansion so that he could specifically pull this stunt. Later, at the final hearing of the trial, Marge is cornered by Mr. Burns' lawyer only because Mr. Burns was able to dig up dirt on the Simpsons through illegal means, might I add, and Marge refused to lie and do what she thought was the right thing. I mean, she didn't even talk to her son about this, and that is coming up. So anyways, Marge tells the truth, and Burns essentially wins the trial. Truth is that Bart actually wanted to win the case. He wanted the $1 million. Did his retarded bitch mother say anything to him? No, she did not. I mean, she didn't even ask him to his face how he felt about it. She just did what she thought was right. And that's what drives the ending into being a sack of crap. Homer is a complete simp. I mean, he goes to Moe's to get drunk, and he ends up loving Marge more than ever when she comes there for him. You know, instead of a realistic reaction, like punching her as hard as he goddamn could have. Okay, the mini review is over, but now I'm going to start the second of 2 mini reviews, and this is going to be a review, or in this case a mini review, of the season 7 episode Marge Be Not Proud, that starts with this new video game called Bone Storm having been released, and Bart really wants it. So anyways, Marge forbids Bart from having a copy of Bone Storm under any circumstance. Marge forbid Bart to have Bone Storm, so he tried to play it through other means, all of which backfire. Mooching off Milhouse didn't work. Renting the game didn't work. Bart is so desperate to play Bone Storm for so much as a minute that he actually tries going to the try and save game section and essentially looking sad so that maybe, just maybe, someone will feel sorry for him and buy him a copy, which he would have to hide from Marge, might I add. And while doing so, he sees an obnoxious kid tell off his mom and mention who goes on and on about his video game collection, who got 2 copies of the game so he doesn't have to share with his sister. Bart then runs into Nelson and Jimbo, who reveal that they had been shoplifting. Nelson tells him that shoplifting is a victimless crime, which is obviously not true, and Bart should know what scum, well, he does know what scum these 2 boys are. So anyways, Bart is so desperate to get his hands on a copy of Bone Storm that he ends up shoplifting. He almost gets away with it, but gets caught by security, who threatens Bart that if he ever sees him try and save again, Bart will be spending Christmas in juvenile hall. Bart instantly gets home, switches tapes so Homer and Marge don't find out what he did, finds out that the family will be getting their Christmas pictures taken at the try-and set, which scares Bart to the point where that he starts hallucinating and actually has a sick fantasy of spending Christmas in juvenile hall. Bart tries everything he can to get out of it, but is caught in the end. Bart admits to Marge that he didn't want her to find out, and throughout the rest of the episode, or for a good portion of it, Bart is actually scared that Marge had actually stopped loving him, which she did. And it's only until he gives her the photo paid in full that he did not steal that Marge actually loves her son again. And this brings the mini review of Marge Be Not Proud to an end. Now, these two episodes that I gave mini reviews to have three things in common. One, Bart goes through misfortune. Two, Marge makes Bart's misfortune worse by means of her extreme level of stupidity. And three, both episodes were made when series creator Matt Groening was still on staff. I make no... I do not deny that I am the king of unpopular opinions, but in my eyes, The Simpsons actually got better after Matt Groening left. You see, these two mini-reviews are actually a character study of Marge Simpson. You might think that she's the brains of the Simpsons household, but she isn't, and neither is Lisa. No, Marge Simpson is a complete buffoon, ignorant to everyone and everything around her, doing what she thinks is right regardless of the circumstances. Doesn't really matter what's going on around her. Marge Simpson will do what she feels is right regardless of who gets hurt in the crossfire, even if it's her own son. In the episode Bart gets hit by a car, Marge essentially cost her family $1 million, $1 million that her son wanted because she wasn't willing to lie in court, essentially to win money from an evil capitalist who he himself was essentially cheating, getting his information under illegal means. If anything, he should have lost the trial because someone found out he spied on Homer and Marge. Bart himself even admitted that he wanted to win the case. But nope, Marge has to do what she thinks is right, It doesn't matter who gets hurt. In this case, being her son. And she never asks him how he feels about this, which makes her look like even more of a bitch. And in Marge Be Not Proud, she directly forbids Bart from getting a copy of Bone Storm, saying that it's too expensive, costing up to $70, and it's violent and would distract him from his schoolwork. You know what else would distract him from his schoolwork, Marge? Anything else. And, in all fairness, if the episode Bart gets hit by a car went the other way around, this whole thing wouldn't be an issue. Bart would probably pay someone to buy the game for him. In short, Marge Simpson is a terrible wife and mother. She's the kind of woman who deserves to have her husband abandon her, just walk up and leave, get up and leave, and all 3 of her children abandon her as well. And I stand strong in my opinion that The Simpsons actually got better when this moron left. And he didn't even leave under reasonable circumstances. He only left because Fox wanted him to do a crossover, and let me just say, he did not own The Simpsons. He was under contract and owed them a new show. He created The Simpsons so he could keep the rights to that stupid comic strip that nobody remembers, or nobody would remember if it wasn't referenced on The Simpsons, or in books about The Simpsons. I know it's one thing to hate your boss. I mean, a lot of creative types do, but this guy is just 100% ungrateful. I mean, they let him run a show that he didn't even have the rights to in exchange for keeping that stupid comic strip. And instead of being grateful, this guy throws a temper tantrum when they want him to do a crossover to promote The Critic. Next up on the chopping block is the Futurama episode, Amazon Women in the Mood. In this episode, Leela goes on a double date with Zap Brannigan and Kif as a favor to Amy. Zap acts like a jerk. He convinces Kif to then act like a jerk. Then they crash land on planet Amazonia. Fry and Bender learn about this through what I can only assume is a distress signal, but they get captured too, where a computer that's actually a female robot puppeting it sentences Fry, Bender, Zap, and Kif to essentially get raped to death, which they get raped several times. And I am not misinterpreting things. The word snoo-snoo is code for rape. Eventually, Kif breaks down and admits that Zap gave him bad romantic advice. Leela and Amy try to save their friends, but it fails. Bender finds out who's controlling the computer and thus controlling the Amazons by proxy, and convinces her to let them go and give him gold. And that's how they get out of that one. Let me just get this out of the way. Amazon Women in the Mood is by no means original. It's a stock template that has been done to death. Usually it was done in the late 60s, early 70s to gain social brownie points, but at this point I can only see this as a fuck you to anyone watching with a penis. I mean, Johnny Bravo did it, Mucha Lucha did it, even Rick and Morty stooped down to doing it. Now that is truly something that is way more creatively bankrupt than anything in Season 3 could have ever been. Just for once, I would like to see an episode where the male characters find a location populated by supermen and decide to side with this anti-woman society because the female characters spent the first 5 minutes of the episode acting like spoiled, pampered brats. Having the women save the men from a misandrist sack of crap is not subverting expectations. What I just said would be subverting expectations. And from what I've heard, Matt Groening is supposedly someone who hates lazy writing. But apparently he will use a stock template when he wants to earn social brownie points. And truth be told, it's episodes like this, and essentially everything else that I bash in this series, that make it painfully obvious that sex is more or less the new race when it comes to films and television. In certain episodes, Matt Groening will treat men and or write them the same way Walt Disney would have written any character who isn't white. Essentially make the character a dumbass, or a asshole, or a crook, simply to make them look stupid or make them look bad. And since this guy couldn't write men for shit, even despite the fact that he himself is a man, he sounds exactly like that jackass Adam Conover from Adam Ruins Everything. From that episode of his unfunny, retarded show where he says alpha males don't exist because he's just a worthless beta male. He ends up going on saying that instead of actually trying to improve himself. Most likely because I just assume it's because he's sexually frustrated. He can't get a woman to save his life. So, like all leftist jackasses, Adam Conover is trying to change the public's view of alpha males so that he can look a lot better. Instead of, working out and essentially trying to gain alpha male status. The whole self-improvement thing. Guys like that make all men look bad. And, well, it's because it's easier to blame society for the fact that they're weak, fat, and can't get women. It's easy to blame society because they're not cool. It's easy to make fun of everyone who's cooler and stronger than them rather than essentially bulking up, working out, and becoming strong themselves. These two men are very, very weak, both in physical stature and in character. Men like the two I just mentioned are essentially just as bad as the feminist who bullies the heterosexual girly girl for having a boyfriend, and she's jealous because this effeminate girly girl is eventually going to get married and have kids and then grandkids years later, while the feminist is essentially going to die alone. Okay. And now we've come full circle to disenchantment. Okay, this one is really pathetic. In all fairness, Matt Groing, I was told that he hated lazy writing. And the Rebel Princess, at this point in time, is the epitome of lazy writing. Netflix marketed this show implying that the princess would be the brawn and the elf would be more or less the brains of the operation. No, when we see season 1, Elfo is constantly introducing himself. Bean is essentially acting like a villain. And Lucy, who was brought in to turn Bean evil, just basically acts in a way where he's just completely irrelevant because she already is evil. In what I can only assume was the first episode, her father admits that he has nothing left to yell at her at. I mean, he's already yelled at her for doing every possible thing imaginable. I mean, he admits he's got nothing left. In episode 40 of this series, I actually went over how poorly these characters were written, but here's something that I kind of realized about the rebel princess trope. It's basically a spoiled brat whose extravagant lifestyle was essentially paid for using taxpayer money. The buffoon, for some reason, the citizens have this odd fixation with royal weddings because people in the real world do. And if Matt Groening was truly as funny as he thinks he is, and was truly against lazy writing, he would have taken this into consideration, and he would have used the rebel princess trope in a new way. Instead of embracing it, he would have used Princess Bean to deconstruct it and basically say this girl is just a spoiled brat who was raised on state money, and essentially point out that her refusal to get married could easily cause a revolution. In a good version of disenchantment, that is what King Zog would say to Bean instead of admitting that he's already scolded her for doing every possible horrible thing that doesn't fall in line with being classified as sexual. Pretty much have him bring up that the citizens have this affinity for royal weddings, and if they don't see it, they could easily revolt against him, kill him and his wife, and eventually hunt down Bean and have her put to death as well. Okay, Elfo is just a joke. He says he wants something more and thinks that there's something more out there for him. And he was shown to be smart within his knockoff Smurf village, but the minute he leaves, he's instantly a moron. And Lucy has no reason to exist whatsoever. Like I said before, he was supposed to turn Bean evil, but Bean is a villain when the episode starts. His existence does not matter. Oh, and Bean's new suitor, who's apparently a jerk, gets turned into a pig, because calling men pigs is basically the only insult that feminists can think up, because they're so goddamn stupid. In closing, this guy's just an asshole. He's not as funny as people think he is. He is completely bitter. I'm pretty sure the reason that The Simpsons in its first few seasons attacked celebrity culture was because that Matt Groening was jealous that people like Tom Cruise and Michael Keaton, guys like that, would be way more famous than he could ever be. And I'm pretty sure, and I'd probably be safe in the assumption that the reason he tried to make Lisa Simpson the voice of reason when the show began was because subconsciously that's how he sees himself when compared to other men. This is only an assumption, but I'm pretty sure if Matt Groening went to therapy, that's what the shrink would have told him. And here's the thing about The Simpsons. The only reason that show lasted was because it was essentially Married with Children, the animated series. It was the exact same premise, only on this show you didn't have to worry about the actors aging and getting older. And in all fairness, I'm pretty sure this guy might be sexually frustrated and quite jealous of every other alpha male around him. I mean, for instance, I'm pretty sure Bart Simpson being an asshole in the first 3 seasons is how he sees any man who's cooler than him. Zap Brannigan in the original run of Futurama is how he sees any man who is better than him because he actually has something to brag about, usually something masculine. Nelson Muntz is probably how he saw every quote-unquote bad boy who the women chose over him, and I'm pretty sure Bean Suitor, the one who didn't get killed, is how Matt Groening would have seen every other man who's better than him because he has more money than him and is a better provider. I'm just gonna end this review by saying Matt Groening is a misandric jerk who is by no means as funny as people think he is. And Butch Hartman is a way better creator than Matt Groening will ever be.